Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Another day playing TerrafirmaGreg. I'm gonna start off in my creative world because I still want to try to figure out create how the create contraptions work. I looked into it a little bit yesterday, and I think I have a design that will satisfy my needs for a basic tree farm. But we're gonna test that out. Refresh my stream manager. Isn't showing me any feed. There we go. Okay, I think I have an idea that should work. Okay? So we need stupid graphs. Stupid dumb grass. We put this. I don't even know what happens if I put a Minecraft grass block in this. Okay, whatever. We're going with half of this stuff doesn't exist in TerrafirmaGreg. Okay, don't care. Actually, I'll put this here because I think what we can do is put something like that. Okay, we need our saw. Okay. Now, from what I had seen, there's an easy way to do this that's just like, and then I might be able to put a deployer here, or let me see if I can rotate it. Because something like this, okay, come on, there we go. Something like this theoretically might work. I'll have to access the bearing underneath and use my sails. I'm not sure exactly how many sails we need. I think it's 6. Leave 8 blocks around bearing alone. Probably a good idea. 8 sails? Okay. 8 sails. I want to see if like this works as a really compact. No, actually I'm not going to do that. I'm going to push it out a little bit more. I don't want this covering like a huge area, but I do need it. I don't think it'd be a good idea to have it that close. Further out, the more bang for. Yeah, I know, but I kind of don't want it covering up a huge area. But we might just push it out more. I mean, I guess the thing is, like, we need the area for the sails anyways. So we might as well just push it out to cover the whole section. Yeah, I guess that's a good point. So 1, 2, 3, and then the 4th one will be our saw. Okay, now I should be able to. Sails can also go up from the middle. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought about doing that, but I also kind of like the design that looks like this because it looks a little bit more realistic. But we're going to I'm testing to see how this works in the first place. So let's right click. Okay. Glue time. Yeah, because only the block that's touching the face of the... It's only the block that's touching the face of the windmill bearing and sails are the only ones that automatically... Did I not give you... Gave you... Okay, it probably does need... It probably needs a 2-block space then. How to do this? Because I want... Okay. See, the issue is I want the hand to have access to the inventory as well. Wait, no. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Let's see. How could I make this? I could. Uh, okay. It has access to all inventories? Okay, we're gonna test that theory then. If that's true, then that's good. I could also even just like put, if that's true, I could just put like a chest like that. Okay, and then glue it back together. And I still need to give it the saplings. Okay, now it's planting. All right, I'm gonna wait for this to get through a revolution, and then we're going to increase. We're gonna fast forward some time. Ooh, actually, you know what? I think I have another idea. Because we could just stop this whenever whenever we need to access the inventory. But we could also put an interface on it so that we could automatically pull it out into a separate inventory. Oh, it ran out of saplings. Okay, that's fine. Just add 8. Placing the deployer on the same spot, but behind the saw. Oh, hey, there it goes. Yeah, I know I need to filter the deployer. I probably should have done that first, actually, because I should have. I can get an item filter up uh while I'm testing that, because I should be able to just sapling. Oops. Uh, let's see. That's in. Okay, so it's on an allow list. Respect date should be good. All right. It has the filter on it. Oh, that's even better. Hold on, let me stop this thing. Oh, I didn't realize it was gonna pop back like that. Does it? Oops. Does it? Oh, I see. It has a filter on it. You can click it with the item to set the filter. Ah, okay. On the bearing where it pops back. That's not it. Right click with empty hand to attach. What part has my rotation direction? Is it on another side of it? Hmm. Well, it doesn't. Oh. Oh, I accidentally took some of the tree with me. Uh, heck, hold on. Gotta, we gotta get rid of this tree that I left in the way. I didn't know kapoke leaves changed color. I guess it must be with the something with the region we're in. Oh, let's check the chest to make sure. Okay, yeah, so we have everything in there. All right, and now let's just go. Uh-huh. Trees keep popping up. Yeah, see, this works. This works just fine. It probably is autumn, but I've never had them. I've never had them change color on my island. it's probably like region based as well. Okay. Huh. How is this going to handle? Yeah, it probably is something to do with like your latitude. I'm sensing a slight issue here with this though. I'm sensing that there might be a minor flaw. Yeah, I think what we'll have to do we'll need multiple saws. That's for sure. Did you not get any of the saplings? Okay, there's no. Oh, I didn't realize I can just open this while it's moving. Yeah, I think what we'll probably need is we'll need multiple saws. And okay. So I think what we'll do here, this is a lot of tree. We can move the I think what we'll probably need to do is something like this. Yeah. Um and then we can continue to go up. Wait, I like it better here. I mean, the fact that we can make these saws with copper definitely makes it a lot easier to deal with. Okay, hold on. I need to burn down all these trees. I should have made this out of something that's not flammable if I was going to do this. That's okay. Yeah, no, this is fine. We're just doing a little bit of cleaning. We're just cleaning up here. Ow, ow, ow. Stop being on fire. Okay. Okay. You're fine. This was the easiest way to do this. Just gotta give it a second for these trees to burn down. See? Everything's fine. Yeah, we're getting to the point where cutting down trees is becoming extremely tedious, so I think having a bit of investment now to automate... Ow, ow, stop being on fire. How do I heal? Heal. Oh. Wow, that worked. Yeah, I think we're definitely going to need I think doing something like this probably would be beneficial in the long run. It's gonna be too annoying having to go and constantly get wood and everything. And with this we can also automate all of the what do you call it? Stuff, you know, the things. We can automate all the things. Charcoal and creosote. And that's going to help us even more once we start with like actual production of steam or for like electricity. Alright. Trees are good now. They're fine. They're fine. We'll just ignore them for now. Okay. So let's put some saplings in here. And now theoretically, if I run this, this should... So... maybe we'll need more saws, actually. We're gonna test, though. Okay. While this is, you can get infinite fuel with lava and hose pulley. Yeah, true. Yeah, but, like, where am I gonna get lava? I don't think there's any natural pools, unless there's a way to make it that I don't know about. We don't have any natural pools on the island. Yeah, but, like, we could do that, but that's a lot. There might be some under... I might know a spot where there is some underneath the... where that gold mine is, actually. I think I remember seeing some lava in that section. Okay, so that was all the saplings it had. Okay. I think this works better, too, because I think the trees have a better chance of spawning while this thing is going, or of maturing, because I think the issue with the last one was that the trees were too close to things, and they really don't like spawning, or like they don't like growing when they're next to stuff. How far deep does a... Okay, well, here's the thing. How far down does the hose pulley go? Does it surely it doesn't just like descend infinitely. I feel like I recall that thing having a maximum length, but I also never tried to pull lava up from the depths of the earth, so I'll have to test it. Because I'll need pipes. I'll need pipes if I'm going to pipe lava up. And that probably means like steel pipes, unless I want to make a bunch of create lava pipe, create copper pipes. Which, yeah, yeah, there's always the option of picking. I think the creosote is. I think creosote is a good source of fuel though. Like it generates charcoal. We could even theoretically feed the excess charcoal into a solid burner if we really wanted to. But I think if we had a good source of lava, then that would be better overall. Okay, trees. Say you're ready to grow, but maybe they only grow during the day. I don't know how trees work. Okay, while that thing's going, man, you should hear about the all the everything. How's it been 20 minutes already? Okay, ignoring that. Um I was today I had to call my utility company. Um and talk to them because they misread my gas meter, and they said I used like 100 units more of gas than I did. This isn't the first time this has happened. I had to call them like a couple weeks ago, or it was like a week and a half ago, and told them like, hey, can you like check in on this? And they said they were going to, but apparently they never even put in a work order. And the crazy thing is that yeah, I hate it too. I'm luckily the person that I got a hold of today seemed a lot more competent than people I have gotten a hold of previously. And so it sounds like it's going to get fixed, but here's the thing. So the bill is due on the 20th, so in like 2 days. And so I'm talking to the person. I'm like, hey, this bill is due on the 20th. I don't want a late charge on my utility bill, or like, God forbid they just come in and turn off my water and gas, because that's how utility companies work. But like But like the person told me like, oh, you can just pay the bill, the overage, which is like $100 more than what it normally is, and then when they make their adjustment, they'll just credit it onto our account, and it'll be taken care of. We'll get our money back. And it's like, man, I'm in a situation where I can do that, but like, imagine if I couldn't, imagine if I didn't have the extra income, or I didn't have the financial security to just make an extra $100 purchase for a month, because that money's theoretically like caught up in the ether for about a month until they get around to getting me my um into getting like the adjustment done. And it's crazy that that's how it would work, is that it's and the thing is, the only issue is that whoever came out and reads the meters just read it wrong, right? Like, my partner was looking at the bill, and my partner thinks that the company, whoever read the meter, literally just like accidentally put in a 2 instead of a 1 when they read the meter, because it's like 100 units more than what we would expect it to be. So like, I really I think they're right on that. I think that they just accidentally like misread it, and it's a simple mistake, I guess, but also like, I don't know, man. I don't see how you can like look down at your, I don't know how their stuff works. I don't know how you can just like look at a thing and be like, "Oh yeah, this household used like 10 times the amount of gas that would be normal for this time." Well, actually, I guess, actually, our house uses very little gas because we don't even have that gas heater anymore. But still, it's like, man, do they not like give the employees, when they're reading the meters, do they not have like the extra information of like what the meter was last month? Like, I don't know. I think I would double check if I accidentally saw something being like 100 units over what it was previously. But who knows? Anyways, that's my rant about utility company. This is working well. This, so far, this has been okay, but here's the thing. This is not giving, it's not giving the deployer the saplings. Oh, wait. What? Okay. Well, it has a sapling now. Let's see. Why would this be working like this? Why? There's got to be a way. It has to just like, you'd think it would just, or is it just like always have one? Is that what it is? Hold on. Let's see what happens when this goes. Let's see if it's going to replace those saplings. It might just be a visual thing that it's not displaying the sapling in its hand while it's going like this. Okay. So it is working. It's just it just visually doesn't show the sapling in its hand, which I guess makes sense. Yeah. Okay, cool. Look at this thing go. I think 3 saws is what we need. I think 3 saws is kind of the minimum, right? Because I'm kind of trying to wait a little bit and see if it um and see if there's any saws that, or any trees that it's not able to handle. But at this point, I think that this design works well enough that it seems like it's just gonna be fine. Oh, see, because like that one where those 2 trees just popped up might cause it problems. So I want to see what happens. And it somehow placed a sapling all the way over there. I don't think that's supposed to be in its range. Okay, also, I saw you said lava fuel is more important for LBB. What is an LBB? Okay, I want to see if it can handle this tree. Large bronze boiler. Oh yeah. I do remember reading about those in the book somewhere. Okay, see, it just took all the right. Right. Like looks like this is going well so far. Right. We just I the thing is I think this is going to eventually end up with a few okay, hello. I think this is eventually going to end up with a few problems because it looks like somehow the deployer was able to place this sapling over here, which I don't think is strictly within its radius. So it may be one of those things where we have to come by and clean it up every so often. But other than that, we could also always try a different kind of wood. You know? The kapok saplings are good, but they also have this tendency to spawn with those weird roots. Maybe it would be a good idea to invest in a different kind of sapling. I think like maple would actually probably be pretty good. I think it takes the same amount of time too. Let's see, how long does this take to grow? See, 6 days. All right. Hold on. I want to test a couple things. Okay, stop growing. That's true, but I also get like unlimited well, actually, you can get sticky resin from extracting the kapok tree, can't you? Uh, in a centrifuge or just a vat with. Wait, hold on. Yeah, because you can just centrifuge it in a in a well, in a centrifuge. But like, it's only a 50% chance, and it gives me plant ball, carbon dust, softwood pulp, and methane gas. I don't know what to do with any of those. What do I do with plant ball? It just goes into a steam boiler. Oh, okay, or macerator. Bioshaft. This makes biodiesel, doesn't it? Brewery. Bacteria. Biomass. Yeah, it does look like it would be really useful later on. What do I do with bacteria? Bacterial sludge. Stem cells. Okay. Okay, but like, look, if I just I could probably make this thing. I could probably go with just the single saw design if I use maple wood, though. If I use maple trees, I guess we could make it. Okay, let me. I'm gonna try a design with the maple trees, and we might design it to start with maple, and then later we can always have it start doing kapok because it doesn't look like we're going to need the benefits from kapok. Yeah. Um, I don't think we're gonna need those benefits that we get from kapok. Uh, uh. Last time. So like I think I liked the 2 block out design. Although it doesn't fit very well with the I could also do we need 8. Let me double check. Because I'm pretty sure it actually says in yeah, windmill contraptions. Yeah, you do need 8 blocks. Yeah, at least 8 sail like blocks. That's what I thought. Um we could also do something like okay, that's gonna be too tall. I just is this something? Is this doing anything for anyone? Let's see. 3 blocks out. Saw. Saw. Where? Hey, go away, horse. Yeah, but it feels too tall. But it's not much taller than this thing ends up being anyways, so we might just go for it. Did I? Okay, but like, see, the thing is like this is 3 blocks. I want to keep it even. I'm gonna try this design. I think this design is fine. Let's see. What was I doing next? I need chest. I want to check. So you said that crates don't work, right? I'm gonna put. Go away. Get out of here. Leave. I'm gonna put a chest on here just in case. Oh my god, get out of here. I'm assuming these crates don't work. But I need empirical evidence. Go away! Okay. Okay. Up. And portable storage interface? Yeah. Yeah, because I'm just assuming this isn't going to work at all. Uh okay. I think that's everything. Yeah, later we'll have to do a portable interface. Yeah, see, I can't even open the crate. I get dirt, grass. This horse, I swear, get out of here, my dude. Leave. Go somewhere else. Yeah. What do we need for vaults in this? Uh, yeah, that's pretty expensive. Yeah. Ooh, item silo. Oh, vertical item vault. Are those different? Not really. They're just oriented differently. Because these things, how much do these hold? I've not really used item vaults from Create much. Pretty much all the other packs I've used. But we would need an interface in order to transfer items then. Tell me anything about how much of this. I didn't say anything about how much these held. It just said more. Like dimensions of the vault. Okay. These are definitely something that we're going to need. At some point, I feel like. Uh, time. Oh, okay. 20 each default create config. Okay. Really? 20 items in each one? I feel like that's 20 stacks. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm like, that sounds kind of low. All right, I want to see how these. I want to see how these maple. I'm thinking maple is the way to go at the start because I'll probably only need one saw, right? I'll probably. Okay, horse. I'm getting real tired of you being around here. Come on, buddy. There you go. Keep dropping bit rate. Uplink. Upload. There it goes. Okay. Because I'm pretty sure I've never really seen a maple tree have those roots at the bottom of it the way that Kapok tree does. I still don't know how this tree is going to work. I think what happens is the deployer is trying to like place it up against a tree and then it yeah, see it's somehow able to like place around the tree. Which I don't know how exactly the saw is going to handle. Maybe it would need two saws. Yeah. I'm thinking Maple's the way to go for our first design, and then later we can increase the number of saws um for future stuff. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I've noticed that a lot just trying to mess with that stuff on my island too. Because I end up with a lot of floating logs up in the air. All right, see this one, I think this was one of the ones that was like placed outside of the ring. It only happens with these ones that are like at the edge of the circle. The, like cardinal edges or whatever. I don't think it's going to get this tree, but we're going to see. We're going to see. Yeah, see it just passes right by that tree. Maybe we do need two saws then. I think we probably will go with two saws. Yeah, because we knew a second saw over here. I can change the sails to be a little bit wider. And two saws is fine. Uh that's a that's a really good point. I could just do that. Yeah, you're right. I could just outline the ring of this with stone, and then it wouldn't be able to. It probably would look better outlined in stone anyways. That's a really good idea. Yeah, and then what we need to do is we need to work up to the point where we need to get a bender because these we need these thin rubber sheets, and I really need a bender so that I can my organize the output from this thing, unless there's another way to do it that I'm not thinking of. Because I think most of Create is just the tunnels and funnels and stuff, isn't it? I don't remember any other kind of major sorting stuff. Smart chutes into Greg pipes would probably work too, yeah. Does the smart chute have the smart chutes only transfer down though. Specifically what they extract or transfer. Because like how do I get how do I get out specific things at that point? Does the portable storage interface have I haven't really used a portable storage interface. Um so I don't know what they I don't fully know what they're capable of. Okay. Let's just I'm gonna go put one over here so I can see. That's a saw. Does this have okay. Wait, okay, so or are you talking like we could put because we could have like multiple portable storage interfaces, couldn't we? Because we could have it connect to We could have it connect to multiple different smart chutes. Facing out one. Yeah. Yeah, but like I'm trying to figure out how that helps us with like organizing stuff. Because I can like portable interface out to something that could go into a chute. But how do I filter that? Because like the chute only transfers items down. So if it's only able to transfer items down, uh I can't really like send them in multiple directions, right? Because I need I guess the saplings stay. The thing is like it would eventually get clogged up with sticks is the issue. The saplings stay and I could pull out the logs and then we could just what do I do with sticks? What do I do? What do I do with sticks? Is there a use for sticks? I know like sticks are very useful for a variety of things, but is there is there something I can do with sticks that this thing makes? Yeah. Yeah, because I can make a long stick. Okay, I don't think that helps us much. Yeah, see my issue is what do we do with these what do we do with these sticks once I'm done? I could just ooh I could mixer. Okay. So what I could do. Oh, this thing does this require a mechanical crafter to make? Oh, it does. Okay. Anyways, sticks. So what I could do is I could send it to a macerator, have it get ground up into small piles of softwood pulp, which then can get combined into that, and then what these things do something. I know they do something useful. It get compressed into wood planks. I could also I could get more creosote out of it. Yeah. Okay. See, this is something I could do. If this got if this softwood dust softwood pulp can get sent to an extractor and we get a little bit of extra creosote out of it and we get the plant ball. Okay, so that's a potential use for the sticks. I don't know because I think we'd end up in a situation where we're just overflowing with creosote. I think at some point I think at some point our creosote production will be too high to handle the output of sticks. Although this is only 5 millibuckets, and it's what um we get the small piles of wood pulp. Yeah, we get like 2.5 millibuckets for each stick. How many sticks has this thing produced already? It has hundreds. It has hundreds of sticks. Yeah. Like, I don't like wasting resources if I can help it. So I'd like to do something with the sticks. It is snowing a lot in here. But do we even have? Yeah, the backpacks have void upgrades, don't they? What does it take to make those? Stuff that we do not have anywhere near the technology to make. Sort of. True, but we could do something else with it. We could do something with it. What is this item detector? Okay, this requires an assembler. This actually isn't all that difficult to make. Well, okay. Well. Hey Para, we're testing out designs for a create free farm. Uh, and I'm trying to figure out what something to do with the sticks. Is there is there a way to just delete items? I guess I could just toss them into lava, right? I could do that. I could just send could just send can okay, so the thing is the portable storage interface Does the portable storage interface seriously not have any sort of filtering on it? It doesn't really look like it does. Yeah, you're not helping right now. It's a little wild to me that this thing doesn't have any. I guess the idea is that you would have it attached to, you would just use like a funnel for that kind of thing. I don't know. I still think I kind of need the. I still think I kind of need the sheets in order to get this thing working the way I want it to. Dick. I mean, the thing is, like, at some point, this thing creates far too much for us to even deal with, anyways. Because like the because it, I don't think we're gonna need this much creosote. I think it doesn't matter. I think we're just going to let it void resources on its own at some point. What was I doing? Anyways, yeah, I heard BioShock 2 was the worst one out of the group. Types into chest full stacks of one single type of item would probably suffice for filtering for now. That's fair. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Let's see. Hmm. Yeah, because we have the item stack. I never really checked the difference between the. Okay, 3 rows. Okay, yeah, so we probably do want bronze crates for some of those things. Okay, yeah. All right, I think this is. I think I've gathered enough information about this. I think I'm ready to start trying to implement it. Okay, we're still on 7.19. Trying to implement it in the real world. I've played the first and the third BioShock. I never played the second. From what I've heard from most people, it's not worth it, but I don't know. A lot of people say that about a lot of games. Okay. Let's go. Let's go get our dirt and start filling in some more of this area over here, maybe. Yeah. We'll go make some dirt. Or get some dirt. I guess I could always make just cobblestone too, couldn't I? With that rock crusher I keep talking about wanting. I want the rock crusher. It's just every time I think about what I'm gonna do with the rock crusher, I'm like, man, what do I even need this rock crusher for? But the first one's a good game. It's definitely a good game. It's definitely worth going and playing. Infinite was all right. I know a lot of people didn't like Infinite. I thought it was fine. It's I wouldn't say it's an incredible game, but I wouldn't say it's a bad game either. I go for dirt. Steak, 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 steak. All right, take all this dirt. Yeah, the first one's regarded as a classic, so it's definitely worth the play, and I kind of agree. It's a good game. Though it's been a long time since I played it, so who knows. Uh, yeah, it's worth a playthrough. It's a relatively short game too, honestly. I feel like I feel like a lot of games from back during that time were a lot shorter, especially like big games like that. Like I'm pretty sure we kind of used to just have the standard that it was like what 20 hours was a decent game if you're talking about like just the standard playthrough and not like any of the extra stuff. It's got a lot of really good themes too. I really like the themes in one. Right. We're doing a dirt filling montage. Somebody has to have made a song about placing dirt in Minecraft at some point, right? There's been a lot of songs made about Minecraft. I guess I can put my torch in my hand so that we can see. It makes it hard because if I accidentally double click, then a torch gets placed. I'm pretty sure there's a setting in one of the mods I have that will allow me to change that. Just never bothered. Make sure to turn off cheat mode. It doesn't do anything when I'm in survival, but it makes it so that when I click on stuff, the recipes uh don't pop up because it thinks I'm trying to cheat in items. You know, I really need to play that game at some point. I know I have it on Steam because I got it on sale, and I remember hearing a lot of people talk about how good it was, and I need to play it at some point. Actually, I have a lot of dirt. We're going to be placing lots of dirt. We're expanding the factory. The factory must grow. I'm expecting a package to show up soon, or sometime today. But I don't know if it's the kind of package that the guy is going to just leave on the doorstep, or if they're going to like force me to come outside and the package. I can see why they would, because I bought something from a hardware store, and a lot of times when people buy stuff from hardware stores, you know, it's expensive stuff, but this is just like a roll of plastic, so probably less important than the mail carrier thinks it is. A dirt filling montage. Man, I hate it when games, and this is a problem with like older games, but I hate it when games do that where like there'll be like a different sensitivity for like the mouse in the menu than there is for like looking around in game. I know there's man, I want to say Fallout New Vegas does that too. I'm pretty sure. That's why when I play Fallout New Vegas, I tend to just play it um with a controller because it gets so annoying because every time you open your Pip-Boy, your cursor is moving way faster than uh your moving way faster than your camera does when you're in game. I remember it doing it the last time I played it. It may have been, I don't know, it could have just been something with my computer in general, or I could be thinking of an entirely different game, to be honest. Maybe it could have been like Fallout 3. I haven't played Fallout 3 in forever. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I always 'cause I played I always use the cursor when I'm going using my Pip-Boy. Um if I'm using a mouse and keyboard. I never bothered learning the keyboard shortcuts for maneuvering or like manipulating the menu in the Pip-Boy. Honestly, the thing is, like with New Vegas, I tend to just go VATS builds in that game because they're ridiculously strong. Uh oh yeah, I actually have all the achievements in Fallout New Vegas. Fun game. Some of those achievements were a bit of a slog, but it's whatever. Not worse than some other games. I actually have all the achievements in both Fallout New Vegas and Fallout 4. Good luck with your stream, Pero. Yeah, Fallout New Vegas, especially with the DLC with like the Gunrunner's Arsenal, you end up with really good weapons at the start, and you're right, the hunting rifle is it's really good. It's just there's a lot of builds in that game that are just like pretty strong. I will say though, New Vegas is one of the ones I've played Fallout games so often that like I'll just play on lower difficulties. It's crazy because like I tend to play games on their higher difficulties by default. Like I played Hades, and the first time I started with Hades, I I started off in hell mode and played through the whole game like that. But the the thing with like the thing with Fallout games and like Elder Scrolls games is I have so much knowledge when it comes to those games that the combat's just not fun for me anymore in those, especially because like combat in Fallout games, Fallout and like Elder Scrolls games, once you get I feel like Oblivion had pretty cheesy mechanics too. Um but like once you get past a certain point, like the combat in those games just isn't super good. It's not like engaging like a game like Hades is. So I tend to play on the lower difficulties just because I'm like bored with having to do the same things over and over again, and sometimes I just want to boot up a game and just shoot people. And just go in and be the power fantasy dragonborn, stab people with my axe. What was I doing? Okay, I'm out of dirt now. Hades was a good game. I do like roguelites, and I do like my hack and slash stuff. Yeah. Yeah, there's so I do like the survival mode in Fallout 4. Um specifically. Uh Skyrim and like Fallout New Vegas's survival slash hardcore mode I feel like aren't not super interesting. I feel like Fallout 4 is pretty good. The only thing I don't like about Fallout 4's survival mode is that you can only save by sleeping, which wouldn't be an issue if you didn't run the risk of catching a disease every time you went to sleep. That's my only real criticism. Fallout 4 is one that I will actually play on the on survival mode just because I do like the balancing in survival mode. I feel like you tend to do enough it's not like Skyrim where like on legendary mode things just take forever to kill. And it does make it a little bit more dangerous, but you also aren't like as horribly penalized as you are in some other games. And the survival mechanics in 4 are fine, like the eating and the drinking and the sleeping, I feel like are pretty well balanced. It's just that thing with the disease mechanic and being able to catch a disease every time you sleep, and that being the only way to save. But sometimes well, I typically a lot of times I'll play with a mod that makes it so you can save or sleep out of bed, and that kind of fixes a lot of that artificial difficulty. But also for some reason that mod seems to be like almost never works for me, and now that I'm on Linux, I don't even know if I can use mods because apparently one of the big things with Linux is that a lot of Bethesda games, the mods just don't work for some reason. So, you know, the small sacrifices. A cyberpunk really force you to come up with alternate solutions. Yeah, that's the real big issue. A lot of games do that where they kind of just they just like up the difficulty by like giving everyone more health and making you do less damage, which isn't very fun. Uh if the enemies are all the same, but the only difference is that they're harder to kill, it tends to not be very fun. I think you can get some fun out of that up to a point, but I think overall you're really hurting your game um by having that kind of like artificial difficulty increase. Why am I even making this? Actually, when I only think about it, why am I even making a why am I making a uh why am I making a tree farm? Is it actually useful? No, it is. It is useful. I've been over this with myself. I know it's going to be useful. I'm adding it to the list. I don't know if we're going to go hardcore on it all the way, but we're adding this tree farm. I did make the create saw. I think I'm going to take this saw and actually keep it and just add it on. Yeah, I think I am going to I'm gonna make another saw because I think what I'm gonna do is I'm going to just I didn't necessarily have to destroy that one. I need this saw for like making lumber though. Like realistically. All right, I don't like okay, how it's gonna be. I'll make a second saw. I think that's the real thing. I just want to make a because I should be able to now just like take. Is this not? Oh, there it goes. Huh? Look like it keeps stopping. What if I? Oh, yeah. See, because that made okay. I'm keeping this saw in here. We're gonna make a second one. For our tree farm uses. I really don't understand how the rotating. Why do not rotate? Okay, hold on. We need another shaft anyway. Okay. Rotate, rotate, rotate. Okay, see, yeah, this does overstress the system though. I'm starting to add a bit too much. I'm gonna go and lower the speed on this a little bit. I don't think we really need it to be as fast as it is. Yeah, it's a creeper. Oh, nope, not what I meant to do. No, back up. Escape. Alright, let me get my I'll need to upgrade it later, but I'm gonna turn down the speed a bit for now. Just so that we can have it all running. I need my bow. My bow. Like 15 arrows that I still have. I can make a crossbow at some point. I like crossbows. That spider's having the time of its life in there, isn't it? Hello, spiders. Don't mind me, I guess. Just here to hang out. Yeah, sure does sound that way, doesn't it? Are you guys just like, you guys are kind of just friendly, aren't you? No, mean. Not friendly enough. I forgot how to do this. I think I just need to, I just open up, I can open up the port on here by, yeah, there we go. Come on. No, no, give. Okay, my wrench. Okay, I need another cogwheel, don't I? A big cogwheel for this for some reason. Okay. Yeah. Let's just go. We're gonna go. Yeah, I should probably make that bucket at some point because I could add more. I could add more spots for the water wheels. I really should look into. Actually, okay. Hold on. Um, what do we need to? What do we need to do? Steam engines in this mod pack. Steam engine not listed here. Steam and that's not too difficult. That's really not that hard to make. I was expecting this to involve something more complicated, but this really isn't that bad. We could just switch over to using steam power for this as well, because if we're going to be making a tree farm, depending on the throughput on the tree farm, we could probably just power a small steam boiler um using the charcoal that we make. Because they added blaze burners into this thing. I guess you could also do a charcoal forge too. But I'm pretty sure the blaze burners, what is it? Okay, I cannot make those. Well, actually, yes I can. I can make these. Let's see. Is this just a normal blaze burner? It is. I don't know if it would be better to use a blaze burner or a charcoal forge. Maybe we'll have to test that out once we get around to doing that. Because I think that like steam power is definitely the way to go for stress units or mechanical power. Because from my experience from other mod packs, they give out. Yeah, spamming water wheels would be fine, but we have technology. Um, I think I'm gonna try because the main thing is I've done this in other mod packs before, and the steam boilers give such a large amount of stress units. It's really the most efficient way to go as far as space. Okay, my treated planks are in here. I need to make this. I need to go dump out all these bits of vegetation that I have with me. Hi there, little guy. Okay, so that's working fine. Okay. Okay. Yeah, see, because these things These things only output 512 stress units for each water wheel. If we were living near a river, I'd be more inclined to use water wheels because you can kind of just fill the entire river with water wheels. But since we don't, and I don't want to mess around with water too much, even though we're about to get to the point where we have the capabilities. See, it's going. What happens if I don't have any more planks of wood on me? Okay, let's make another saw. I guess we kind of are going to do this, aren't we? Yeah, a steam engine would be good. Hold on. I want to go out into creative again and check how it works. Or I want to check the difference between the blaze burner and like just using a charcoal forge. Because I'm fairly certain that the charcoal forge um I'm fairly certain that the charcoal forge can power steam boilers in this. Okay. Cheat mode. Blaze burner. Steam engine. Is it a special? I think it's just used as tanks, doesn't it? I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, it's just the normal create tanks. Yeah, okay, this should be enough to get us started. So I should be able to. Let's see. The issue with the charcoal burner or charcoal forge is that the charcoal forge would realistically only be able to power a single wide fluid tank, wouldn't it? Does it have to be? It might actually have to be. We might have to use blaze burners. Uh-huh. Shaft creates kinetic output. I actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think we can do just a 1 block tall or 1 block wide. Yeah, okay. The minimum setup requires 4 fluid tanks. Yeah, so that we can't use a charcoal forge to do this because we can increase the size levels and everything. We can make it up to, it can go up to 3x3 as the base, I'm pretty sure. But it has to be a minimum of 2x2 for the base. Right, level 4, 4 engines. Yeah, and just talking about. Okay. So what was that? I want to see how fast this thing. I want to see how fast this thing works. Do we have an infinite creative fluid vessel? Okay, I do want one of those. I want to, like I said, I want to see how fast this thing consumes charcoal so we can get a good base of how fast this thing needs to be or how much charcoal we need to make up that. I like how it still has the little blaze in it. Oh, look at guys. Okay, so a single piece of charcoal. Okay, that only burns for 80 seconds. That's not a lot, is it? You know, it said that these things can be fed with coal gems. Hey, coal. But we want to use charcoal because that's what we're producing. Okay, let me see how much this would be. Oh wait, I can hold on. You can also wait, no. Hold on, let me think about this. So you can also power these. You can also power them with campfires. You can power them with campfires. And if we're growing maple, each one of those lasts 2 minutes, which is like more than 30 seconds longer. Unless you can power blaze burners with because I know in some mod packs they have it so that you can power them with liquids. I don't think I don't think this mod pack does that. Oh, it does. Okay. A single bucket powers it for like 5 minutes. Okay. Yeah. So this is new and exciting. How much does lava power them for? Thank you. Ooh, okay. I think we found the way that we're going to power these things. I think we are going to be making a lava farm. That is an insane amount of I mean like the lava's infinite anyways. Yeah. 1,000 seconds essentially for a single bucket of lava. Okay. And watch what I can do. So this is really cool. I'll show you this design because I learned how to do this in another mod pack. And it's really cool. So we can place fluid tanks on these. And then we'll place an engine on it. Okay, so this turns it into... Let me get the goggles. Yeah, okay, so... Can I make this smaller? How small can this be? Actually. Oh, okay. So you can make a steam boiler with just one fluid tank. Okay. That's good. See, because here's the thing. Um the stats are a little different depending on what you're doing. Let's see. Flip that around. Give it a creative fluid tank. Fill that with water. Um, Give me a cogwheel. Creative engine. So it should. We'll check that in a second. Where's my shafts? Okay, so maybe it doesn't work with just one. Why aren't you? Let's turn up the water. Okay, so it's getting a lot of water now. Maybe it does. It does. I think it does. Okay, hold on. Can I make this tall? Because I know it said it needed 4. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we can make a single block wide boiler that just uses 4 tanks like that. Let me turn this down a bit. It doesn't have to be that. Refresh yourself. Okay. So this thing is currently putting out 16,000 stress units. With a single burner underneath it. Now, what we need to look at, yeah, because those I have 5 water wheels that each put out 512. So they're putting out about 2,500 stress units, and a single one of these is putting out this much. But let's check. I want to check and see. I can run this off of creosote as well. I want to see if it changed because one of the things with the steam engines is that it kind of changes. It kind of changes based on what kind of fuel you give it. You can see the stats on this, and it kind of just gives you an overview of like how much you're getting, and you need everything like it goes by the lowest value essentially. So whatever you have as the lowest value is basically what you are going to get out of it. Okay, I'm just gonna destroy you. So see, now it doesn't have any heat. Oh, yeah, that's cool. I forgot about that. Yeah. Blaze burners give off passive heat as well. That's the thing. They don't actually you don't actually require um you don't actually have to power these things in order for them to run. They will still run on a low power mode when they're not getting any fuel. But you can see this has gone down to only 2048 stress units, which is not even as good as our water wheels. Uh, yeah, it looks like any sort of fuel is going to give us the same stress capacity. Now, that being said, we can also overcharge it, right? Because it said something about coal gems, if you're able to get those. I just... Yeah, so this superheats it. But the issue is this thing can't really handle the superheat anyways. So it doesn't matter. Yeah, no, this is probably what we want to go with is using these blaze burners. We can make blaze burners. I'm pretty sure we have all the stuff to make blaze burners. How do I make a block of coal? Okay, I have a compressor. Wait. Okay. This could prove a slight bit of an issue. Hmm. Okay. See, this could pose a slight issue we because wait, I don't know if we can get actual coal. Yeah, I don't know if we can actually get the coal to make a block of coal, can we? We can get if we can get the ore itself, but I don't remember. Is there a way to how do I get raw coal? I know there's a way to, but I how do I get raw coal in this pack? Mining hammer? Does that get you doesn't that get you wait, hold on. Hammer. Right. That's right. That's a different thing, isn't it? Hold on. I'm gonna test this theory. Why don't you give me coal ore? Why don't I let me see. Okay, I can't just summon. I'm gonna have to take your word for it that it does that. Finds a large area at once unless you're crouching. So we could make the blaze burners. I wonder how a campfire would work though. Logs. My maple logs. I mostly just want to see. I don't think we're actually going to use a campfire, but I kind of just want to see how it works in this with the TerrafirmaCraft campfires. Okay, it does not, which is fair. I don't know if I was necessarily expecting it to do anything. Can I use a charcoal forge though? Hold on. Um, stone, brick. At this point, we're kind of just testing things to see what does and doesn't work. Okay, charcoal forge does not work unless it has to get up to a certain heat, which I guess could have been true for the campfire as well. But I'm kind of thinking this just doesn't work. I thought you could use a charcoal forge. What did you even use before this? Because I know they like recently added in the blaze burner recipe. So how did you even use these beforehand? Did you just not have access to Steam engines in this? Can you smelt? So the thing is, so does the mining hammer get you the blocks, or does it just get you the like these things? Raw coal. Can I smelt? I may have raw ores. Okay, it gets you the raw ores. Okay. I'm assuming that means the block. Because if it gets you the blocks, then I can do that. Because I think I have. No, it gets you the raw ores. Is there? There's a chance I removed that recipe. I'll be real with you. Maybe we'll have to. We might have to make. We might have to add that in. Actually, does it just smelt? Can you just smelt anything into? Because we have poor and rich raw coal. Oh, and normal raw coal. Can you just smelt anything into? Oh, it's just bulk blasting. Okay. There's got to be a way. Okay, so I think the miners allow you to get the ore blocks though, don't they? Bulk blasting. Okay. May have removed that recipe then if it's. I knew eventually I'd run into an issue where the heck is a sifter? What the heck is a sifter? That's not too hard to make, is it? Zinc foil. We have plenty of zinc. Hold on. What was I doing? Was I... Okay, laser engraver, sifter. The sifter might be a thing. As long as it's not one of those weird things where it doesn't give you um the extra outputs unless you're in like a higher tier, then this sifter would work because you could sift out the coal and these gems. Okay, the sifter does work. What is the sifter even used for? Just not macerator. Okay. So this just sifts out like gems and stuff, doesn't it? Okay. Yeah, a sifter might be a good thing to invest in anyways, for some of these gem things. And for salt. I think that's probably the big thing is that it looks like it we can use it for salt. For exquisite emerald? Okay. I mean, we're gonna need it eventually anyways. Yeah, but it can sift out the coal. Okay. Yeah, so that might be our long-term solution to our mechanical stress units. Ooh. Oh, flint. Lots of flint. Is flint even used for anything super useful? Not particularly. What is flint dust used for? Silicon dioxide dust. That sounds useful. Oh, quartzite. Chemical bath. Fiberglass. Silicon dust. Alright. I think I'm done with this, though. Okay. So that'll probably be our long-term solution for that. We'll I should have tested the lava thing too. Hold on. We're going back into the creative world for a second. I want to test that pulley hose pulley and see how far down it goes, if it just goes indefinitely. Or how far it goes if it doesn't. Because we need to find out. Hose. It does affect a little bit about how much we have to commit to this, how much we'll have to commit to it. Okay, hose pulley. Why? Okay, this is the one where, right, we just attach a thing to it. Did I get rid of my creative engine? Okay. Time set day. Can't see. Okay, so it, oh, nope, there it goes. It just, um, doesn't exist while you're in it for a while. Which does make this harder to test. Alright, let's see if it makes it down here. Okay, clearly. Okay, this is kind of annoying that it's invisible while I'm like in the. Okay, so we'll. This thing is like only visible if I'm looking at it a certain way. How? Okay, I get this is probably for like um resources on the computer. But how the heck am I supposed to tell how far down this thing goes if I can't see it? How far down does this go? Hello? I mean, aside from... yeah, it's true, but like the issue is if we have to pipe it up, that's a pretty significant like resource cost, right? Like the pipes have a cost to them. So okay, there's a way to wait, can I maybe I'll just find lava. Yep. Found lava. Pretty sure I broke through a little bit of bedrock to do that, but it's fine. Okay. But let's see, because if I can go back up here, let's see if I'm getting anything out of this hose pulley. Okay, that's probably some flashing light warning. What happened to my tank? Do I have to have a pipe coming out of it? Might not be able to connect it directly. Okay, so this thing is not. I don't know how far down this thing goes. Green large body of fluids. Okay, right. Like the kinetic input just controls the height of the pulley. Maybe I have to turn off the kinetic. Oh, wait, no. Okay, I need okay. No, I need to I don't need I probably don't need that there anymore. I need a mechanical pump. And it needs to go the other way around. Always get rid of the stuff I need. Oh, look, it's doing it. So I guess the hose pulley probably does go down indefinitely. It probably just needs it probably just stops rendering the hose after a certain amount of time or a certain length in order to save on resources. But this hose pulley definitely does go down indefinitely. So that's good because all I have to do is figure out exactly where all I have to do is figure out exactly where lava is and dig down straight down to it. Which probably fine. What's it cost to make the hose pulley? I got rid of the hose pulley too. Oh, but see, we need the thin rubber sheet for the hose pulley. It always comes back to the bender. Okay. All right. I see how it is. It's fine. Uh, yeah, yeah, it's fine. It's okay. I don't even have coordinates on though. I don't know how. Oh, I could probably just sextants probably work underground, right? Okay. Um. So that's potentially what we're going to end up doing is a lot of this stuff that we've a lot of this stuff we found some we've run some nice experiments. Yeah, but like what if I dig into the lava? See, that's the issue. What if it goes in the lava and then I burn up and die? It doesn't matter anyways, because I probably wouldn't be digging straight down. I'd probably dig a 2 wide hole. That way I can have ladders to go back up. I mean, I'm not. It's actually not that big of an issue. I'm just complaining a lot. But I'm pretty sure that there's lava exposed down here. I think it's in this direction. I could have sworn that if I go this way, maybe I'm wrong. I thought there was lava down here. I might be wrong. It's certainly not looking like there's lava in this area. Maybe it was one of my other. I don't think it was one. Was it? Was it down here? No, this is just a gold mine. Literally. Okay, we'll figure something out. Actually, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta test something. I just remembered something that may or may not have made most of this endeavor kind of useless in the first place. Okay, so what if I had a hose pulley and what if it just had some lava underneath it? Okay, and then uh, okay. Yeah, I kind of thought that might be the case. So it turns out that that experiment was kind of a moot point, anyways. it it would appear that the hose pulley, at least in this version, in this mod pack, doesn't seem to really care how much doesn't really seem to care how much lava it's in. So I'm not I don't think we'll have too much of a problem with generating lava in this. Yeah, so what we need to do, it always comes back to the dang bucket that we need to make. No, that's fun. Okay, cool. So it doesn't matter. So it doesn't matter. We just need to get a bucket of lava, and then we can just pull from it infinitely. Yeah. Does it do that for all liquids? I know there's not that many liquids in this game, but does it do that for all liquids? Could I have infinite spring water? Dang it. I should go test that. I should go test that, actually, shouldn't I? Is the hose pulley just overpowered in this mod pack? I mean, I know a lot of mod packs. I know a lot of mod pack. It could just be specifically lava because they know how annoying it would be um trying to get lava other ways, because otherwise you'd have to settle near a volcano. The spring water works? Okay, hold on. Stop what you're doing. Does it work for everything? Maybe. Maybe a little bit. Spring. Okay, it does work for spring. Oh wait, no, it doesn't. So it only works for. So far, we've only been able to have it work for water and lava. But it does work really well for saltwater. Ooh, that's actually a good idea. Hold on. All right, that's a bit much. Seawater. Yeah, which is fine. That would be really helpful because that means I can bring some seawater and just have a hose pulley make infinite seawater for me for my uh yeah. Well, it also means I can use seawater for the tofu. I'm gonna assume that it probably just doesn't work for most other substances. Um, like actually, red dye. Yeah, so I'm gonna assume that it probably just doesn't work for the majority of other liquids. Petroleum, that could be useful. No, okay, yeah, I'm gonna assume it's okay. Only those three. That's what I kind of figured. It makes sense that it would be only those three. Because those are the three that probably it's probably like not that big of a yeah, it would be. Well, the thing is, like I don't know what they have this set up. There's a thing with like by default create will treat any body of liquid that is over like 10,000 blocks, I think, as infinite. And in some mod packs you literally just like make large tanks or large reservoirs that you fill with a substance and then you have infinite of that substance, which does still require um like enough to fill a 10,000 block space, but whatever. I'm pretty sure, yeah, true. If you've done 10k blocks, yeah, you probably do deserve to have the infinite resource. I'm pretty sure in because I'm pretty sure in base create, I think that's how it works in general. I know lava is finite um with the hose pulleys in create, but I think what it is that they probably set it to be infinite in this one, because like I know the old like recommendation was to like put a hose pulley in the nether and just have infinite lava through that, but heavy oil sounds pretty nice. I don't know if I've probably seen heavy oil at some point, but I don't remember finding any heavy oil recently. Yeah, oil rig time. It, time for some good old fashioned America. I should check on my pineapples. Under bedrock. Yeah. Yeah. It's in the void. It's in the cloud. It's part of the blockchain. Let's I don't even get half of this. True. I mean that kind of is what you're doing, isn't it? Let's see. It's literally a blockchain, right? Because we're playing Minecraft. Oh, more rice. Okay, having 4 of these containers of rice, it does seem to be uh it does seem to do a lot to keep up with our grain needs. Okay, we spent a lot of fun time uh experimenting in the game. We need to do some progress time here, if we can. Let's see. Okay, see, look, I got lots of grains now. The grains are coming in good. Honestly, the only thing we're missing now is fruit, which I had originally thought pineapples for fruit, but I've just been converting it all into leather. We haven't gotten around to like actually weaving the leather. How much do I have? I have 10 pineapple fibers, which is equal to 5 leather. How desperate do we need fruit? Pretty desperately. Um, man, it's almost summer though. You know what I might do? I might just have berry bushes and then we'll just like stock them as jam and use that for stuff later instead of using the pineapples. IV circuits earlier today. That's good. Oh, creative flight. You can get that in this game. God, imagine creative flight in this. TerrafirmaGreg. Greg Tech. Granddad. Yeah, I don't think I ever got to. Is Nanosuit Greg Tech? Yeah, it is. I've never used the Nanosuit. I think I've played other mod packs that had the Nanosuit. I never got around to what the carbon fiber plate. I mean, that makes sense. Energy crystal. All right, we'll look into that later. No, that'll be a fun thing. I remember hearing about that being pretty overpowered. It doesn't work with the FC defense system, so it doesn't like reduce. Yeah, it doesn't have any values for, but it has like so many other things, doesn't it? It has like a lot of extra features. I'm pretty sure this nanosuit was somewhat based off of the nanosuit that was in Industrial Craft. Although I'm not 100% sure which one came first, because I know Greg Tech is pretty dang old too. So, but one of them inspired the other. Okay, do we even need creosote? Like, okay, here's the thing. Do we really need creosote? I think I just want it for the charcoal, you know? But like realistically, because we can just power the liquid steam boiler. Yeah, I mean especially considering lava's like super easy to get apparently. I wasn't really expecting. Why is it telling me steam boiler can't burn? Heck, I want liquids. I want liquid. Aha! There it is. 100 millibuckets. 360 seconds. That's pretty dang good. What about creosote? 360 seconds. It's the same thing, but it uses less lava because it only used 100 millibuckets of lava instead of 250. That's probably even better for the large boiler. How do we make these things? Oh, it's circuits. Will explode if provided fuel with no water. True. Fair. Recipe. Oh, that's not that bad. I know there's a quest in here that talks about it. Yeah. An optional big boy variant of the small boilers. Runs off of either. Other power options are listed in the boiler can explode. Usually the explosions can be rather devastating, but it's configured to not damage blocks or entities in this mod pack. That's good. Made it first in LV, but it was a pretty big commitment. Yeah. It's man. Really don't need the coke oven later on, do we? Okay, so we're back to the idea of, is the tree farm actually worth it? Is the tree farm something we need right now, or or can I keep putting it off? Benzene. Fun. Okay, well we'll figure some things out. If I ever have to go I need okay, the main thing is I need a bender. That's really what I need the most. Which is on our list of things that we really need. Maybe we just start doing the maybe we do just start doing this. I'll probably will set up a tree farm at some point while I'm working on this stuff. I'm sure there's going to be times where we have some downtime. I'll set up the tree farm in like downtime. But yeah, I think we just need to start I think we just need to start progressing more. Because we need to get we really need a bender. We need that bender because the with the bender we can get those thin rubber sheets, and that's those thin rubber sheets are really going to help us. Like um we can make the what do we call it? We can make the hose pulley. And once we have infinite lava that solves like yeah, batching some circuits would also be a good goal. I think we need to do both. Yeah, no, you're right. We should just do a big batch of circuits instead of doing them one at a time like I've been doing. We need too many circuits for that to be a viable strategy long term. I know I need more steel though, so we're gonna get this steel. Yeah, give me all that steel. Give me that liquid pig iron. Okay, let's get the forge hammer started on this. Actually, isn't this also pig iron? Yeah, it is. Let's get the forge hammer started on this, and then I want to make more deployers. I want to have some sort of automation that isn't just me putting things in the deployer's hands multiple times. So I want to get a couple more deployers. Which is going to require more electron tubes, which is going to require all of this. Okay, let's make a batch of resistors. Okay, we need to do paper. I think we need to finally get around to just taking that papyrus that we have and just converting it into paper. I've been putting it off for a while. We do also, man, but you know what? They did add that thing for batching. You know, I've tried using the EMI recipe tree, and I'll be real with you, I have no idea how that tree works. Like at all. Like, I have no idea how to use that feature in EMI. I've tried messing with it, and I just cannot figure it out. Okay. Alright, so I have these. We gotta go soak these papyrus things. Okay, I'll try figuring out how, because we need these. So we can add it to the recipe tree, right? And then this one. Wait, hold on. Oh, see, because that. Hold on. View recipe tree. If I click here. Okay, so that was the wrong button. Oh, wait, no. I do. Hold on. Hold shift to automatically left click a node to choose a recipe to assign to it. Right click a node to fold it temporarily. Ah, okay. I don't know why it worked that time. Oh, I see. I see. I think I'm understanding. I think I'm reaching comprehension here. Ah, I see. I see where we're going at. I see where we're getting where we're going here. Oops, not what I meant. How do I access? Okay, it's down here. Okay. See, this is working pretty good for me. Yeah, see, this works. This makes sense. And then I could like click on this and click here, and so that'll break it down into plates further. I see, I see. Resin circuit board. Let's add this recipe. I see, and I should be able to aha. Okay, so if I just 16. Once you set the amount, you can click the spyglass and the total and put the total cost in your EMI. Okay, I'll do that once I have everything set up the way I want. How many of these tubes do I need? Okay, okay, hold on. We've got a no, hold on. This is good. Let me put this papyrus to soak, and then I'm going to play around with this a lot more because this is actually really cool. Okay, why aren't you full of water? I know I've got more water around here somewhere. Yeah. One of these days I gotta build myself a house too. Like a proper house. I like the little shed, the little shack I've got, but I need a real house at some point. Okay. So, okay. All right. I've done enough. How do I clear this? How do I shift right click? Hold shift right click? No. Right click a recipe node to fold it temporary. Hold shift to clear the recipe. What do I remove? Hold shift to no. I want to. How do I remove recipes from this thing? How do I overwrite this? Because I want to start over. I guess I just start with. I guess I just click on this and then go view recipe tree. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I want to make. I want to make 4 deployers. And so what is it? It's click on the node and then click here. Then click here. It's not okay, there we go. And then we click here. Yeah, see, I think I'm getting it. There we go. Okay. Then I want to know how many plates I'm going to need. See, this is good. Okay. I see how this is. I see how this works. Okay, so we want to make 4 deployers, and then I can click here. Ah, I see. I see. Very interesting. Okay, cool. What if I switch to my hammer? Is it going to... Okay, I don't know if it's going to, probably because of like the metadata, but that's fine. Okay, and so these are the base materials, and then this is like the next step, essentially, or this requires a step up. Okay, cool. Let's go empty my inventory. Okay, you know, I might as well. Oh, and it highlights it. Oh, okay. It's not showing it as that, but that's fine. Oh, so it highlights stuff in the inventories when I'm searching for them too. That's really cool. Uh, I'll put away these supports. I don't need to carry them around with me all the time. Same with the ladders. I don't really use them a huge amount. As long as I'm carrying around scaffolding, I can always get out of any weird situations. Okay, let's go put up some more of our stuff. Yeah, I think what I need is I need some berry bushes out. I think I need to put out like actual berry bushes and then just make like jams with the berry bushes when they come in. Maybe I could set a I could probably make a turtle do that. Okay, but we don't even have turtles, so I don't know what I'm talking about. I just really get really excited when I think about turtles. Okay. This should be good. Put that in there too. Okay, so 4 of our glass tubes. Okay, so that did get removed. It probably just doesn't remove this because of like the NBT data, even though it recognizes it when it's in an inventory. What happens if I remove it? Does it go back up? Okay, it does. Okay, and then 4 nuggies. 4 pieces of charcoal dust. We have a piece of paper. Okay. This is going... Did I not... I guess I didn't put down the things for... I didn't put down the... How do I... Okay, see, I want I need this to be expanded a bit too. There we go. Yeah, it's okay if we have leftovers. Alright, so I do need more... I need more sticky resin. That was, yeah, a centrifuge, so we don't need that right now. Carbon dust. We'll just go back to our... I really do want to get that centrifuge so that we can get sticky resin without needing the extra... the sulfur and everything. Okay, where did I put my papyrus strip? I swear I had some more papyrus strips. I just heard some finish, though. Yeah, okay, I did have some papyrus strips in here, and we need sulfur. Okay, there we go. So let's take this bucket. We'll go get ourselves some more latex. Sulfur. All right. while that's cooking, let's go make ourselves some more paper. We need an additional... Need 7 more. 7 more of the... should make some food too. I need to put... Keep talking about putting lanterns in here, but honestly, where would I even put them? I'm pretty sure a deployer would be another good thing for making these, making stuff like paper. Because I'm pretty sure a deployer can do this. Ugh. I haven't heard. I was thinking, yeah, I kind of assume because deployers can do anything that a person can, essentially. I wonder if the mailman dropped off my or my the mail carrier dropped off um my package and just left it sitting on my porch. I left the door open to my recording room so that I could hear like the doorbell or if they knock on the door or anything, but I haven't heard anything. And I'm not like too worried about it because like I don't think my neighbors would really mess with any of my stuff. But you know, got some weird neighbors sometimes. There's the next door neighbors are like it's a bunch of there's a lot of kids. Hold on one second. There's a lot of kids in the neighborhood, which is fine. I'm not one of those weird people that gets all upset about children existing. It's not like it's their fault that they exist. Uh, but the from what I can tell, because I've only spoken to my neighbors once, and I think it's like a woman with like 3 kids or something, and I think they're pregnant as well because they talked to me and my partner when we were coming back from something because their dog had gone missing, and my partner said that that woman was pregnant. And I'll be real with you, I didn't even bother looking. Um, because when I talk to people, I tend, especially when it's people I don't know, I just look them in the face and don't really spend a whole lot of time looking at other places. Which is really funny because like I do often miss details like that, but I think it's also because like mentally for me, it's just not a very important detail. Like I don't particularly care if you're pregnant or not, like unless something happens and you need help. It's not really much of my concern. But there's this guy that's over there, and he seems a little sketchy sometimes. He just kind of seems like the kind of person that might cause problems for reasons that are unknown to everyone. And I think it might just be that he apparently it's like it might be her brother, which would explain a few things. But I mean, so far we haven't had any problems with him. But except for that dog. I mean, I'll be real with you. That dog that they lost the dog for a little bit. They have the dog back now. Because I saw them with the dog earlier, but this dog, I've mentioned it a couple times on stream, but this dog just like roams around the neighborhood, and that's like, why they lost it because it roams around the neighborhood and it probably somebody just like took it with them and was just keeping it for a bit because they thought it was stray because it kind of feels that way. And honestly, I thought it may have been a stray for a while until I saw it. It came home because it spends a lot of time on my porch, or my carport, and it I thought it was a stray for a while, but then it showed up one day and it had like gotten its hair trimmed and like shaved and everything and had like its ears colored blue for some reason. And so I'm like, oh, okay, there's obviously somebody's taking care of this dog, so I don't have to worry about it that much. But yeah, I don't know. They just it was weird because the woman when she came to like ask me about like if we had seen the dog, which I had realized I hadn't seen that dog for a while. Um, when she asked, okay, I only didn't really need that much. Hold on. Uh, she was all like, "Oh yeah, somebody probably grabbed it because like, you know, people think we don't take care of the dog, but that's not really the case." And I was just kind of like, "Okay." I mean, I don't know. Kind of seems like it's the case, but whatever you say. Let's do this tofu's gonna tomatoes are also going to expire soon. How much grain do we need? 2 grain, 2 tofu, and a tomato. Yeah, I mean it's not super interesting really. It's just like a bit of a weird thing that this neighbor does. I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like I try not to judge people too much because I live in a pretty poor area and I know like people are kind of just trying as hard as they can. So I don't really fault anyone. Like I have a pretty high tolerance for what people do. Like I've always been the opinion like if you're not bothering me, I really don't care what you do. But like this dog just roams the neighborhood and it hasn't been a problem because the dog itself is it's pretty nice. It's not a very like energetic dog. It's not super big either. It's like a medium-sized dog. So it's really kind of almost incapable of causing too many problems. I don't know. Um, it's pretty friendly. But there was one day the one of their other dogs got out because I guess I neglected to mention this, but they have like several other dogs too. Um, like and they're all the other dogs are like locked up in their backyard. I don't know why it's this particular dog that is out and about. I know the neighbor mentioned something about the dog being really smart, so maybe this dog just keeps breaking out and they've just gave up on keeping track of it. I forgot I have a sandwich in here. The sandwich as well. So they probably just gave up uh on stopping it from breaking out since it doesn't really cause any problems to anyone anyways. Um but this dog, there was one instance where this dog did cause a problem, and it's because one of the other dogs escaped. And like dogs, if you've ever been around dogs, dogs are definitely creatures that like you can have a dog that's perfectly fine and like well behaved, well mannered, but like the second they are out with another dog, they just become little gremlins. Uh, and that's kind of what happened here. And it was a pretty big dog too. I don't remember what kind of dog it was, but like um I saw it because my partner and I were coming back from the grocery store and we were putting in our groceries and I saw this dog running around with the other dog and I'm like, this probably isn't a good thing. These dogs look like they're looking for trouble. And I haven't seen that other dog before and that dog looks kind of dangerous to be honest. Um and I noticed my neighbor was out too. I have this one neighbor who is this sweet old lady who like takes care of all of the cats in the neighborhood, which is the main reason why I haven't even really considered like talking to animal control or anything about this random dog that roams the neighborhood because I know if we brought animal control to the neighborhood, they'd probably get rid of all the cats and they would probably, in all honesty, the cats are probably better off with my neighbor taking care of them than they would be if they were taken to the shelter. So, you know, yeah, no, she's a sweet lady. I feel bad for her because I'm pretty sure she's on like some kind of fixed income. She's on like some kind of she's probably on some kind of disability, um, which, you know, in a civilized country would be a fine thing, but in America is not a very good situation to be in. So I do feel bad for her at times, and let's see. I need to make my resin boards. Um, but I saw my neighbor out there with one of her friends. I'm not exactly sure. Again, I don't. I keep an eye on things that happen, but I don't really directly interact with my neighbors at all. Um, like I said, you stay out of my business, I stay out of yours, and this is a good system for me. But I saw the like the neighbor has a friend that I see that comes over and does stuff with them. Like they go to the grocery store. I think they act as like transportation or to help with transportation or who knows. But their friend was there and I saw them outside with all when these dogs are roaming around the neighborhood. And I'm like I kind of like my like my senses, my sixth sense, my protective sense kicks in, and I'm like, okay, this is looking like a situation that could escalate. I better like go out and like make sure that this dog like doesn't attack these old women. Um, so I go outside, and sure enough, these two dogs are harassing these two old ladies, and the ladies like yelling at them like, shoo, go on, get, and they're able to like, make the dogs leave. And then they start coming to my yard. The dogs immediately, as soon as the old ladies shoo them out of their yard, the dogs immediately turn and start like running over to my yard, and they get to about like the entrance of my property. And this is one of those things where like sometimes I forget that like I forget that I'm like capable of doing these kind of things. It's a very weird thing, and I could talk at length about like some of these things. But like I just bellow at like the top of my lungs. I yell at them, no, out. And I'm like just bellowing at this dog. And I think I legitimately terrified that larger dog, the one that was the one causing problems. That dog, it just like froze and just started barking at me. And I was about to roll up out there and like I don't know what I would have done to the dog. Probably nothing. I don't. I'm actually not very confrontational if I can avoid it. But that dog was upsetting me, so who knows? Um, and but that dog looked like actually pretty afraid of me. Like it was like barking at me, and like the owners like this is the point where the owners like come out and like realize that hey, their dog is like out of the fence, and so they're trying to get their dog back. And this dog looked like very it was very conflicted because it seemed like it really wanted to like fight me, um but it was also like afraid to go over and fight me. I wasn't really in any danger. I felt perfectly secure where I was, and it's because I had my I had my boots on, and my boots are I have a pair of steel-toed boots. And so I think I probably could have won a fight with that dog, but it's a good thing it didn't escalate to that because I don't want to fight a dog if I don't have to. But yeah, that's what goes on in my neighborhood most of the time. It's mostly that and then like children running around. They're real cute. There's like I said, that one neighbor has like three children, and then like I think the other neighbor next to me has, I think, just one. I'm pretty sure I've only ever seen the one, so I don't know if they have more or not. But it's really cute seeing the children run around the neighborhood having fun. They've been like rollerblading recently a lot, which is cool. I don't know how they managed to do it because our streets aren't necessarily like clean, pristine. There's lots of rocks all over the place, so I don't know how they manage, but they sure do, I guess. Okay, we need more brass. Brass is just 10%, isn't it? uh Liquid. brass. 10% zinc. Yeah, 10% zinc. Okay, let's get uh zinc, and we'll get 9 pieces of copper. We'll go make another batch of brass real quick. But yeah, it's been pretty fun. I'm not a I like the I like the neighborhood mostly, especially because like my house specifically is in a really nice location. And let's see. Hold on. What was I doing? I was making brass. I need charcoal. I like I said, I do live in a poorer part of town, and I know a lot of people that probably wouldn't be okay living in an area like this, but at the same time, I don't particularly care that much. I've lived in worse places before. That's just, but I don't know. I feel like a lot of people don't have the same experiences I do when it comes to stuff like that. I know a lot of people. Uh, yeah, probably. I've lived in some rough neighborhoods. I've lived in places where I've had people knocking on my door searching for illicit substances because the neighbors dealt in. So a little bit of uh little domestic squabbles. Speaking of domestic squabbles, holy, I was this one's really the closest I got to like really engaging with anything that goes on in the neighborhood, but I was on the roof once. I was fixing something on the roof. So I was doing work up there. I was working, and I hear like all this like yelling. There's this woman screaming, and there's this man screaming, and I'm like, "Oh boy, here goes. We got some kind of domestic situation going on here." And and so I kind of like I watched this happen as um I watched this happen. Basically, this woman like leaves this house and just starts like walking down the road. I can see the whole thing from my vantage point, but this woman's just like walking down the road, like just going down, and she gets to about the end of the road. Ooh, I need a. Do I have? I got a brass mold. Ooh, I hope that doesn't cool down because I took the flame off. Hold on. There we go. So this woman's walking down the road, and she gets to about the part where she's almost at the end of the road, and then this guy like rolls up in his beat up pickup truck, and like they have some sort of conversation, and the woman eventually gets back in the truck and goes back to their house or whatever. And I very much did kind of like debate, like should I do something about this? Like I don't want I don't want anyone to be in like, any kind of situation where they're in danger or anything. And I did kind of like check up because like I came down off of the roof and like walked past the house where this was happening and just gave a little bit of a listen. They were still like arguing in like the front yard. Um, but it seemed like things were calming down. But the main reason why I bring this up is because like I'm pretty sure that woman doesn't live there anymore. I'm pretty sure the man still lives there because that truck is still there. But I'm pretty sure the last time I saw that truck and somebody like get out of that truck, it was a different woman. So good for the first woman, probably bad for the second one. I don't know. Yippee. Brass. But yeah, I mean that's the kind of stuff that goes on where where I'm at. It's it's an interesting neighborhood. I actually live close to what we call government housing here in the United States. There's a bunch of government housing out behind it. They're called like government housing, low income housing, the projects, just cheap housing that is available for some people. And it typically it's fine. There's a lot of people that have a lot of stereotypes about like that kind of housing, but it's not a big deal. If you have to use it, you have to use it. But there definitely are some more colorful people that end up in those kind of situations. Yeah, yeah, that's kind of what I would expect, given all the information I have uh, about where you live. I can't imagine it being too. Man, I can't even imagine too much, like anything too hectic even happening in Sweden. Although I did hear, there was a thing that happened recently at an adult education center in outside of Stockholm, I think. Um, you guys had a little bit of an American moment over there. Uh, and they actually made our news over here on the radio. Pretty crazy. Let's see. I need. Yeah, it was very sad. I'm very sad that you guys have to deal with that kind of stuff. It really isn't something that anybody should have to deal with, but it's yeah, because like Sweden's always been a very you guys haven't had something like that happen in a really long time. It's one of those things where I think Americans get we've gotten very cynical about a lot of things here in America. Because I'll be real with you, it's we get stuff like that happens constantly here, and it sucks. I think the most recent tragedy we had was those 60 people that died because two planes collided. Actually, it was a plane and a helicopter, but whatever. I don't even know how you crash in midair. It's been happening a lot recently too. Turns out that's what happens when you fire everybody who works in aviation. But whatever. Yeah, it was really sad to hear about that happening. Like I was surprised to hear like it happened here and it made it on the news here, which is pretty crazy. We don't like I said, considering the way our country can be at times, we don't really get a whole lot of information about when it happens in other countries because it's tends to be not as big of a deal as what we tend to deal with. But it sucks. It really sucks that like America has gotten to that point where like things happening like that just aren't even a yeah. Yeah, see that's the thing. It really sucks that like Americans have gotten to the point where these things are just not even like they don't even register on our radar for tragedies because it just happens all the time. It's not a thing. It's it's complicated too. I don't even know what you guys have for I don't know what like gun laws or stuff like that's like in Sweden. I know we have a lot of complicated stuff with gun control here in our country. It's a very complicated topic, and the main thing is like so you look at the like obviously we can look at you know data and like all the things that have happened in other countries and stuff and like I've tried explaining this to other Americans, but they get very particular about their politics on this. Um yeah, well, one one tragedy at a time, I guess. Um but like I don't know, with yeah, we can talk about that. We can talk about that too. But like the thing with like the with gun control is that like um the obvious solution is just disarming the country for the most part, like put having stricter laws on everything. The only reason why I think like a lot of Americans, I mean, like you have a lot of Americans who are just like into it just because they really like weapons in general. Um but like a lot of people are against stricter gun control, mostly because like nobody trusts the government to like do it properly. And that's because our country has a history of only implementing gun control when it is when they can disarm marginalized groups. So it is kind of a touchy subject because like, you know, it's not just like, hey, we're trying to do this, but like there's like actual there's some actual issues that go a little bit deeper. But yeah, we've been having a not so fun time with our current election system or our election system in general. I'll be real with you, the American election system kind of it kind of sucks for the for the most part. Um yeah, that is another reason for things. I don't know. People are weird because people act like they won't be able to go hunting if you have more gun control, but it's like I don't really know anybody who's trying to ban like single action long rifles. Like nobody cares about hunting rifles because it's it's very rare that there's ever an incident involving those kind of weapons, even though it has happened a couple times. Um but like personally I'm in favor of just like better regulations such as um things like background checks and having to take classes in order to in order to have like a license to have weapons. But like, man, there's issues with that too because like it sounds like a really good idea, right? Like everything I just said sounds pretty cool and like something we should be doing. But then you think about how like our government works over here, and it's like, yeah, I mean, it would be great if we had those kind of restrictions, but we also need to make sure that those classes are free and subsidized by the government, which our government wouldn't do. So that's why we can't implement stuff like that because the government's going to use it as a chance to be jerks to everyone instead of doing anything useful. But yeah, the whole we've been having I'm sure you've probably been seeing all the stuff that's been going on with our government recently. And I gotta say, uh, the general sentiment over here is that nobody's happy about it. Really, and it's a good thing to see that people are upset about it, but also like the way our government works, it's pretty difficult for anyone to actually do anything about it. So, you know, let's see. I need my hammer the foil, hammer for foil. Cut the foil into wire. Oh yeah, I haven't. Um. Oh, I forgot to take my vitamin, which I left on my desk. Um. I'll be real with you. I haven't been keeping up a huge amount with politics recently, and that's mostly because it's just too stressful. Like again, this is part of the reason why I started streaming is so that I could avoid half of what's going on. Um. So I haven't been keeping up a huge amount with what's with the specifics of what's been going on. I keep up generally with what's going on. Yeah. I do try to stay in the loop because, it's important to be um like it's important to stay informed, but honestly, the way that American politics works, there's just not really a whole lot that any of us as individuals can do about anything. Especially because like I said, I live in a rural area. It's quiet here. There's nothing I can really do because in actuality nobody really cares about my vote. I live in an area that um I won't talk too much about that. I don't want to give away exactly where I am. But my area, I do what I can, you know. Oh, you watched the Legal video about it? Yeah, I watch a lot of his stuff too. I don't know if I don't know if I have the heart to watch a Legal Eagle video right now about what's going on though, because I know how in depth he goes, and I also know that he is very passionate about that kind of stuff. I didn't really need four of these deployers, did I? I didn't need four of these. I'll do it anyways. I don't care. I don't. We'll do this anyways. I know he's very passionate about what he does, and yeah. Hold on. I need to figure out how am I going to transfer this power over. Oh, that's fine. I can pull off of it, or I could just pull off of this as well. Um, I do. Should I just like pull a belt off of somewhere and just... I could just shaft power over to the other side. Would It would require quite a few shafts, but I don't think it would be that big of an investment. It's not that big of an investment. I'm hammering out some more wrought iron right. Well, I'm making more wrought iron. Okay. I might pull a lane of power off here. So I need a belt. I need a belt that goes in this direction. I'll probably need a gearbox as well. I need... Wait, no, I can pull off of here because this is just an encased shaft. I can pull some power off of here. Let's do that. But yeah, no, I don't... It's a lot of stuff to keep up with, and most of it's not very fun topics to like really think about. I have been keeping up with like the I've been keeping up with the general about what's happening with everything Musk is doing and the rooting around in our government records and stuff. There are people there in the government that are like doing things to try and kind of um stop what's happening, but like man, it's always been like this where the Democrats talk about doing stuff and then they just never actually do anything. That's probably one of the most frustrating parts about the way our government works. I I I don't like engaging in this sort of like both sides ism when it comes to our two political parties because like both sides are not the same. One side is very clearly much worse and much more antagonistic than the other side, but the other side just doesn't really do anything, right? Like that's the issue. That's the issue out of the Democrats. They just don't do anything. Uh and like this is probably the best example, you know. There's a lot of they give us a lot of nice platitudes, but whenever we actually need them, there's basically no one around. Because like I remember there was a bunch of like I saw a bunch of videos come out when they were picking the cabinet members, and just a bunch of videos about like people pointing out like all the reasons why a lot of these people weren't qualified for the positions they were being chosen for. But as far as I know, they just ended up in the positions anyways. And it seemed like it didn't really matter. Even though a lot of people brought up a lot of really legitimate concerns, it seems like nobody really did anything about it. Let's go make our pineapple. Pineapple. Uh, yeah. Well, realistically, and I know this is kind of cynical to say, I guess. Realistically, there's only one. um, but it goes back to our voting system. First past the post, and I'm sure if you've ever seen the CPG Gray videos that talk about election this is just elections in general. This isn't necessarily anything that's particular to American politics, but when you have a system that where it's just whoever has the majority of the votes wins, that system is always going to favor, or is always going to devolve into a two-party system at some point. Um, because you literally can't have third parties, and it realistically does devolve down into one-party systems, because you end up with like two parties that are very similar in politics but differ on like some key issues. Um, and it's because of like the spoiler effect when it comes to when it comes to third party candidates. You saw this back in the 2016 election. It's there's a lot of things you can say about the 2016 election, a lot of analysis you can go into as to like why Trump ended up winning in 2016, but one of the major factors was Bernie Sanders. And it's because there's a lot to this, right? So Bernie was he was a really popular candidate in running for the nomination for the Democratic Party. And I'll be real with you, the Democratic Party kind of just pushed him aside and pushed Hillary Clinton into the candidacy in a way that like very much disillusioned a lot of Americans, because it was becoming very obvious that the DNC, the Democratic Party, didn't really care much about like what the people actually wanted. I think that Hillary probably would have won the nomination regardless of any Democratic meddling, or it would have been very close. I think the thing is like Bernie wasn't very popular among like older people, and Hillary was. But the issue is because there was so much like blatant like party like favoritism, kind of like because it seemed so obvious to a lot of people that the Democrats were going to pick Hillary Clinton regardless of what the people voted on. It kind of soured a lot of people's opinion of the party, and it led to an issue where a lot of people um started seeing this as like a Hillary versus, well, the rest of everyone, I guess. And so you had a lot of people that didn't vote in the 2016 election because they weren't going to be able to vote for Bernie. So they decided to just sit out the election as kind of like a protest vote type thing. And there's a there's good reason to believe that that's part of the reason why um Hillary lost in that election. It's true. I mean, yeah, in hindsight, especially. I mean, also in foresight. Like it was one of those things where you could have seen that. Like you didn't you didn't have to be a mind reader or like a prophet to see the bad things. Um, but a lot of people, just like with the 2024 election, a lot of people thought Trump just didn't have a chance of winning. Um, was the big thing. And to be fair, in 2016, Trump didn't even win the popular vote, which is another thing about our election um, system that kind of messes things up. Let's see. I needed. Okay, I think I know I can do here. And I don't know. There were also there. It's also not like there weren't other reasons why Hillary lost, and they're all a lot of them are still bad. Like they're not like good reasons. Um, but there were it was a very complicated election. I I I okay. Mode attack. There we go. Yeah, look at him go. Okay, now I just need a belt. If I did I need a belt running. I need it to go like that. But yeah, I'm hoping that the American election system gets fixed in a way where we get a better voting system, because the first past the post system just doesn't work in the people's best interest. Do another draft here. Uh, I want to see, and some states have been implementing this themselves. Um, but I would like to see a some kind of, I don't need this here, do I? I might not need this here. Um, I would like to see ranked choice voting, which some states have already implemented it on their side. So maybe we might end up seeing some more of that in the future. But the real big issue with like American politics when it comes to that kind of stuff is that um I had a big cogwheel. Where did I put? It's probably in that chest over there. The issue is that like the states that are implementing changes are the states that don't need to anyways, because they're the states that are already doing a pretty good job with like civil liberties and stuff. So it's not it's not super helpful. Let's see. That, okay, let's get another one. No, maybe I can, maybe I do a different one. Where did I put all my, get them. Oh yeah, the gerrymandering's a real big issue in the United States. It's a real big issue in red states mostly. That's where you see the worst. Um, and yeah, it's really crazy that that's something that is even like allowed to happen. Like honestly, it's really crazy that we've just decided that it's okay for people to do that. True. Yeah, no, there's some really bad districts. Where did my other, did it drop down there? Missing a cogwheel. Okay. What happened to my, there it is. I need to just start removing those with the wrench so I don't run. See, the issue is I don't want, okay, how do I doing? No, it's okay. Hold on. I can do this. I can figure out an efficient way to do this. What if I did like this? Or I need more iron. I need to go get that. I need to go check the bloom. But yeah, the gerrymandering maps are really bad. Our electoral college is pretty silly too. I know a lot of people, there's a weird there's a lot of people who defend the electoral college because the idea behind the electoral college is that states that have less people in them get more representation, so it's like they're more fairly represented. But that's not really, that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense anyways, because like they're not being more fairly represented, they're being overrepresented, so that's not really fair to everybody else who lives in other places. uh realistically, I think that. Oh, wait, no, not like that. Realistically, I think that the presidency should probably just be by popular vote, anyways. Uh, because like they're supposed to be the representative of the people in general, like the entire country. And it's not like small states don't get representation because they have the House of Representatives in our country, which oh wait, no, it's not the House of Representatives. The Senate disproportionately represents small states. So there, people who say that, I feel like, are just like parroting things that they've heard without maybe fully understanding. Let's see. Okay, mechanical belt. I feel like I can do this. Hold on. What am I doing? What am I even actually doing at this point? Wait, no. I don't need... Wait, no. Hold on. No, I think the way I had it before, it might end up being like the most efficient anyways. I just need to figure out where am I going to put these. Because like the best thing for me to do would be to put like a vertical gearbox here and then have power be given directly into that. But with the belt being in this position, right? Because I can do like this. And then see, because if I could get this over one, this would be perfect. I guess I don't have to start the belt back here, do I? I can just I can have the belt start a little bit further back, and that's fine. It's not against the rules. Yeah, so now I can just put a gearbox here to make that too. Am I out of these things again? Ooh, how much creosote do we have left? Okay, I need to get that tree farm going at some point as well. Oh god. How do I make a saw? This 5 plates. I need buzzsaw heads. Let's do that fancy recipe tree thing. And that would... Okay. Yeah, there we go. Help. Oh wait, I need to click that button. Okay. Need. Yeah, let's go make some. I think I'm starting to run out of copper at this point. I need to go collect some more. Yeah, we need to go collect some more copper. I think we're kind of out of, unless I just didn't melt some of that other copper. We have a little bit of extra copper, but we're probably gonna have to go down and get some more out of the mine a bit. But the slow. It would be nice if we could speed this thing back up eventually, because this does take a little bit of time. Ugh. But yeah, a fun thing about one of the fun things about the Electoral College, so it does disproportionately represent smaller states. And one of the ways it does that is we have a state called Wyoming, which is it's a pretty big state. It's in like the top 10 for how big our for our largest states. So it's a decently sized state, but I'm pretty sure, I don't know, it may have changed since this thing, because this statistic was getting thrown around like a while ago. But like, yeah, it is one of our square states. Um, but that state a long time ago, like I don't know, let me check while this thing is going. Um, Wyoming. Wyoming tunnel accident. Was there something recent? Woman hospitalized with bird flu in third confirmed human case. Okay. Doesn't have anything to do with then. Okay. Apparently there may have been some sort of mining accident recently. I don't know. Um, hi, my cat's here now. Hi. Hey. Are you wanting? You want pets? You want to come over here? So the state is 250,000 kilometers squared, 250,000 square kilometers in area. So it's our 10th largest state. That's what it is. Um, this state has a population. Ooh, okay. This statistic does still pan out then. This state has less than 600,000 people in it, which the thing is that in our our rules or something, so like in order to have a congressional district, the number is 600,000. So technically speaking, the state of Wyoming doesn't even have enough people to form a congressional district within our country. Um, but they still get, how many electoral votes is it? Oral. Oh, that makes sense. According to Wikipedia, Wyoming was also a pioneer in welcoming women to electoral politics. That's good for them. I thought it was gonna say just okay. It has 3 votes in the electoral college. So for some reason, a state with only like 600,000 people in it uh gets 3 votes in the electoral college. It's honestly a lot for because I'm pretty sure there are smaller states that have less. I don't remember though. I need my supports. I need to go get some copper out. I need to break the walls for some copper again. Hey there, little baby. You just gonna wander around back and forth on my desk? It likes to rub up against the mic sometimes. And my bitrate has been kind of sketchy this stream. It's weird because it every time I look over it, it holds steady at about 5,000 kilobytes, 5 megabits, I guess, kilobits, what it is. Um, but I keep seeing like the needle goes like up and down a lot, which is but yeah, Wyoming's an interesting state. That's where YouTuber Jeffree Star went to start a yak farm, and then he realized he didn't like having a yak farm, and so he killed all the yaks, like sold them for meat, got rid of them. Okay, yeah, well, I mean, it was a yak farm, so they were probably going to be killed for their meat at some point eventually. So it's like, you know, just kind of sped up the process, I guess. Let's see. I'm glad there's rarely ever any monsters down here to greet me, because these mines get really sketchy pretty often. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think I've ever had yak meat. I've had bison before. Here. Ellie Tone. He's coming. unfortunate for you, I eat a well-balanced diet. I have lots of health right now. And I heard one of the things we were talking about, like some of the stuff going on. I heard our our national parks service, they had a thing happen recently where um they removed any references to transgender people or transgenderism uh from the Stonewall Monument. At least they removed it from the website. And a lot of people rightfully upset about that. But it turns out it wasn't the National Parks Association that uh, that like did it. It was some people from the our good old Department of Government Efficiency that went in, and apparently the NPS or NPA, not NPA. I think it is National Parks Service. I mean, I think they do, and that's probably the point, right? They've been it's dumb. It really is dumb. Like the whole thing. I get that like obviously this is like serious stuff we're talking about. This is like um some pretty big issues. The fact that these people um keep attacking transgender people so much, but like it really is just a distraction. And that's probably the more annoying part, or one of the more annoying parts. It's all pretty frustrating, but it's all just a distraction because the whole culture war in general is a distraction. We all know this at this point. I think most people have come to accept that most of this stuff is just them distracting from all the other junk that they do. They just try to find some sort of scapegoat to throw under the bus, so that we all argue. I know it's it's frustrating. It really is. It's super frustrating that like people even care. Like I've said, this I tend to live a life where my opinion is I really just really don't care what other people do in their own homes. And I want other people to also um because that's what I want for myself, right? What's that whole thing that the Christians always talk about the Bible and stuff, do unto others as you would have them do unto you, but seems like a lot of people don't really follow that very much. Because personally, I don't want anybody coming into my house and telling me what I can and can't do. It's my house. As long as I'm not hurting anybody, go away. You know? But for some reason there are people out there who think it's like really any of your business how other people live their life. And like on on some level I do feel bad for these people because realistically it's not their fault. Yeah, true. So realistically, for a lot of these people that are that way, I do feel some level of sympathy for them because like they really aren't the ones that decided to be this way. Um Realistically, they've been indoctrinated, which is another really annoying part because they always claim that like people on the left and like everybody else is indoctrinated, but like dude, you guys are the ones who are indoctrinated. Um you guys are the ones who are like believing things that as truth that you have no like evidence for and no reason to believe. Um and it's annoying because like our society pushes people towards this kind of hateful rhetoric and hateful ideas. And I feel bad for my fellow Americans, even the ones who are perpetuating hate, because like I can't imagine what it must be like to live with that, to like live with yourself when you are this way. Like, can you imagine like really being that upset about what other people do in their own homes? It has to be like stressful. It has to be like a lot of work to be so hateful about people that you don't even know, you know? And I've seen the kind of effects this kind of stuff has on people. Like, they're not happy people, you know? I think a lot of times these people who are so caught up in like the culture war are really some of the most miserable, saddest people I've ever met. There's nothing you can do to make these people happy. Literally nothing, because they get upset at everything, right? And like they just look for reasons to be upset. And it's sad. It's a sad existence to live with. But, at the end of the day, it's their choice to continue living like that, so whatever happens to them, I guess they'll get whatever's coming to them eventually. Yeah, that really is the gist of it. There's so many people out there that would just rather be completely miserable. Uh, Here's the thing, and this is what it really is. There are people who would rather be miserable and right, even though they're not, than to be happy and proven wrong, right? That's really what it boils down to. These people, they spend all this time because they think they're right. They think they're right, and they refuse, because like there's there's a psychological thing. There's been some recent studies on this phenomena, but there's a psychological thing where people are predisposed to believe the first people are predisposed to believe information that they the first time they hear it, right? So if you tell a person that something works a certain way, they're predisposed to believe that if they don't know any better. And the issue is people are also predisposed to not accept new information that contradicts their already held beliefs, right? So people will accept the first thing that they hear and fight against any information to the contrary, even if they're wrong, even if they can be proven demonstrably wrong multiple times. People will still rather fight against the idea that they're wrong than to be happier being proven wrong, right? Like to live in a better world. Because like these people, I've talked about this to friends of mine before, and it's like um these people live in a really messed up world when you actually like get down to it. Like these people who are like because a lot of times they're like fundamentalist Christians and whatnot, like, and we're talking like hyper hardcore, like the kind of Christians that most people aren't. um but these people, they just, what was I even, I don't even remember what my point was with this. um they want to be, they'll accept stuff that's wrong just so that they can be, yeah, that's the thing. So like fundamentalist, a lot of fundamentalist Christian ideas stem from the idea that one can know everything and that one can be right on, like, one can reach absolute truth. I think that's the real thing, right? If you want to distill fundamentalist Christianity down to its like finest assets, it's the idea that a person can attain uh absolute knowledge in anything, which I won't get into it too much, but I'm pretty sure goes against the Bible in the first place, but whatever. Um, but like this idea of there being like absolute knowledge out there that people can have, and like there are things that are like moral absolutes being a thing that exists. These people are so hung up on this idea. They refuse to accept that like they could be wrong on those things, or that things could be different based on situations. And it's really hypocritical too, because like um people people don't even actually believe that, really, right? Like I bring this up because there was a we had the a recent we had a recent incident here in the United States with a one of the Mario brothers and a person who was in the wrong place at the right time. Um, yeah, exactly. You'd think it'd be easy to say I don't know, but the yeah. So there was a little bit of division. So like Americans were pretty united on the ironic that they were united on this. Um, Americans were pretty united on their opinions of what happened. Most Americans didn't care, right? Most Americans were happy or didn't care. Um, and see, here's the thing: our some of our leftist groups in the United States, um, they've been getting really. They like to do a lot of moral, like man, I have a lot of stuff I can say about some of our leftist groups. Our leftist groups in the United States, we have a strong contingency in on the left that really likes to be into the idea of intellectual honesty, which you would think, hearing that phrase, that that's a good thing, and you're right. Intellectual honesty is a good thing. It's a good thing to be intellectually honest with yourself. But the thing is like these intellectually honest people, they they want to believe in absolutes because of their kind of like this kind of pursuit of intellectual honesty. So people want to believe in absolutes, like, doing the things that Mario brother did is bad because the act itself is always bad. It's a moral absolute that that's always bad, right? And that's a great ideal to live towards. It would be really great if we lived in a society where it was that simple. But the thing is that nobody actually believes that. Literally, no one believes that. And it's because people understand that there are nuances in situations. There's a limit for everybody that exists where you would do something similar, right? And for this person, they had reached that limit. Um, and the thing is, people, we make exceptions for those acts based on wider contexts of like, you know, what's going on. So like it's really crazy to think about things in terms of absolutes, right? It's a really weird tendency that we have to like agree that those kind of acts are like people just don't have nuance anymore, you know? People just don't really like stop to think about the situation because like it's so crazy that you can like make a statement and that you can like because people were kind of divided. Like there were people on the left who were saying like, oh, we shouldn't glorify this kind of action because it's this kind of action's always bad regardless of whatever. It's not a good thing to be doing this kind of thing. And it's like, I don't know, man. There's situations, everybody would agree, there's situations where it's justified. Nobody's going to get up here. Like I could come up with a scenario at some point, everybody would justify it. Eventually, everybody has their limits. It's just a weird thing where and the real issue is that people on the left will spend so much time trying to determine if what they did was if like an action is absolutely moral or not, that they will forget that like what you're doing when you're pointing out like, hey, we don't want to glorify this kind of stuff. People don't look at that and say the singular act, right, is what we shouldn't be glorifying. People will look at it and say like, oh, this was bad because we shouldn't be doing that to like you're harming like the overall ideas of you're harming like good ideas in order to be intellectually honest is kind of what I'm getting at, you know? Like being completely inflexible in those kind of situations. Because, like, I mean, there was a there. I hate to bring it back to stuff like this, but there was a guy not too long ago in the '40s that we very much did that to, or forced to do it to himself, and everybody would agree that that was a good thing to do, and those that disagree you probably don't want in your group. It's just it's all a mess. It's everything's a mess. Politics is a mess in general. Philosophy is a mess as well. I have something more fun to talk about because I just remembered I remembered about like philosophy and stuff. Um because I've studied philosophy. Bad from a Kant, yeah, and I hate Kant. I'm sorry that Kant is like my mortal enemy. I've mentioned this before, but I've studied philosophy, and Kant is like my mortal enemy. I hate that guy. He just did fundamentalist Christian values, but said no, I'm not Christian. It's fine. No, you can't just say I'm just using fundamentalist values because I'm not. And it's like you are, dude. Come on, come on. Don't lie to us. You can't lie to us. It's against your own ethics to lie to us like that. Ah, okay. Anyways, enough about Kant. I'll get too angry if I think too much about Kant. Um, no. So okay, I have a more fun theory. This goes back into like philosophy and stuff because like okay, Greek philosophy. I can't even. I really can't. It's too much for me right now. Right now, not this late into stream. Um. Okay, but okay, Greek philosophy. Greek philosophy is a fun one, right? I mean, as long as you don't look at it too much, right? Like we can imagine that Greek philosophers are happy. Um, So Greek philosophy is always a fun one. It's kind of always especially in the West, it's a lot of people's kind of introduction into philosophy. And personally, it's one of those ones it's one of those ones where like I feel like your opinions on Greek philosophy like are a direct reflection of how much you've actually studied philosophy. Um because I like a lot of Greek philosophy, but there's definitely parts of it I don't. And and I have lots of issues with the Greek philosophers. But this isn't about this isn't about Aristotle. This is about this is actually about Plato. Um, you gotta be kidding me, really? So so I have a fun. This is my fun crackpot theory. This is my most controversial theory when it comes to Greek philosophy. I don't think Socrates existed. And not only do I think Socrates didn't exist, I think he was Plato's self-insert OC. Okay? And I have a lot of stuff to say about Plato. Um but that's my so so listen to this. Okay. So like I've said before, another thing. This is not something I can necessarily prove definitively, but as Christian apologists would say, you can't prove me wrong. So so here's the thing. You know, Socrates lived like 2,000 years ago. And the issue with oh my god, you've got to be kidding me. Okay. Ah, man, I really am feeling like Sisyphus right now. Um so okay, Socrates lived like 2,000 years ago. And when you have somebody who lived 2,000 years ago, it's really hard to prove they actually existed. This goes for like most people, right? We just oh my god, I'm gonna all right, we'll ignore it. Um this goes for like most people, right? Like we really just do not have a whole lot of evidence that like really can survive for 2,000 years to definitively prove that a person existed. And as far as have like researched, which isn't a lot, admittedly, I'm not really committed to proving myself wrong in this instance because it's just a cracked theory. Yeah. Um so like we can't really prove that anyone like anybody back then like actually did like exist, right? So you can't necessarily prove that Socrates existed, right? He the as far as I've from my limited research, there's only really like two sources for Socrates' existence. There's this one guy who was a record keeper at the time who said that Socrates existed, and then you have Plato. Most of our knowledge about Socrates comes from Plato, right? Because the whole thing with it is that Socrates, like, in his own lore, right, didn't write things down. He would wander around and just like tell people, he just wander around doing philosophy. So like by his definition of his character, he didn't write stuff down. It was all supposedly transcribed by Plato, and that's where most of our knowledge about Socrates' existence comes from, right? So already off to a rocky start, right? Like, you're telling me this character of yours that totally existed, um, like, didn't write anything down, even though you lived in a time when things got written down and you wrote the stuff down. So we have to trust you and everything you say about this guy. Um, right? And then you have to take into account that a lot of the writing about Socrates is very poetic, right? Like, Socrates does things that you would expect a character out of a book to do, right? Like, when it came time for Socrates to eventually be executed, uh his friends, including Plato, supposedly like got together a bunch of money so they could like smuggle Plato out of Athens and get him somewhere safe where he wouldn't be, executed. Um but then, like, Socrates, what does he do? Socrates says, "No, I can't do that. I can't go along with this plan because I just love Athens so much. And if Athens has determined that I have committed a crime worthy of death, then I must accept what Athens has decided because I love Athens and I love the rule of law and I love justice that much." Which, like, again, kind of sounds like something a guy out of a book would say and not a person who actually existed, right? I'm sure there was like some embellishments, you can always make that argument. Yeah, no, I get worked up about this stuff, but yeah, he's about to die and he's making this argument that, like, no, I love the rule of law so much that I can't like escape, even though, like, it was complete, it like the trial against Socrates was complete BS, right? My dude got like he was convicted of corrupting the youth. What does that even mean, right? And Socrates knows it's BS. He's a philosopher. He knows. I hit my mouse when I did that, and I did a 180. Um, he knows, like, this is complete BS, and like he's just getting kind of railroaded by the system. So again, sounds like something a character out of a book would do, right? And like, here's why I think this is goes even further to being like Plato's self-insert OC. Okay, uh, let's talk about Plato's Cavern. Plato's Cavern is terrible philosophy. It sucks. Plato's Cavern is nothing. It says nothing. It does nothing. Right? So the idea behind Plato's Cavern is this whole thing where you've got a group of people who have been locked in a cavern their entire lives, and the only thing they can see are shadows from people who are walking past a light source and like carrying different objects. And it's even set up in a way where the people can't tell that it's people carrying them. Like, the people in the cave can't tell that people are doing this. They just see the shadows of the objects. And so it's like a thought experiment, kind of like, oh, what are we gonna see? What would a person in that situation do, right? And the idea is that one of these people is taken from the cave, shown the real world, and then put back in the cave, and he tries to tell the other people in the cave that um about the real world, and the people in the cave rebel and like attack the person, and because they're all like the moral of the story, I guess, is that people would rather like live in their own ignorance than accept truth, which like does tie back to like what we were talking about. It does like fit in with what we were talking about, but like, my dude, you didn't prove anything. You just said that that's what would happen, right? Like, it presupposes. Oh shit, I didn't need to make a. Oh man, I mean, oh dang, I meant to make, a cogwheel thing. Yeah, right. Like, he didn't. The Plato's cave doesn't like prove definitively like that's gonna happen. Like, and here's the thing: if you want to look at Plato's cavern as like as like as meant to be like kind of allegory type stuff of like, you're not supposed to take Plato's cavern as like being representative. It's just that some people are like that. It's like, yeah, sure, sure. I would agree. There are some people out there that are like that. But like, as philosophy, it's bad philosophy, right? Like, this whole system, you orchestrated a system, a story by which this would happen, and then said what would happen at the end, right? This is bad philosophy. You didn't prove anything. You're just telling stories at this point. It's not even philosophy. You're just telling stories, right? And so, with this as like a characterization of Plato, like, and his philosophy, like, this is this gives us like a good reason to believe that like Plato would be the kind of person who would come up with his own self-insert OC, who, okay, this runs in reverse, but that's fine. It doesn't matter which way it runs as long as it works. Like, my dude, you just like Plato sounds like the kind of person that would do this, right? He sounds like the kind of person who would come up with an OC who is like the perfect philosophy man, right? The perfect philosopher who's so moral and goes around like asking people things like, what is piety, what is courage, and like does no wrong, and ultimately like sacrifices himself, and accepts like justice, even though it's like goes against, like, it's harming him and all this stuff. This sounds exactly like something Plato would do, right? And and I could take this theory a slight step further. Okay. Because, and I looked this up because I thought this would be something that would be like, I thought this would be something that people just like made up, and this was just like a viral story, and I'm still willing to believe that it might be like, I don't know if this is 100% true or not, but I'm using it because it's funny. Okay, you have to remember that like the Greek statues, you're familiar with the Greek statues, right? Greeks had a much more realistic interpretation of the human body most of the time. You see like the statues of like Hercules. Yeah, Heracles would have been the actual name. You saw like the statues of like Heracles, and how he's kind of just a guy. Like, he's got kind of like a dad bod. He has like a more like a standard like strong man. Like, you'd actually kind of expect like a glorious hero to kind of look like this realistically, as opposed to what Marvel shows us heroes are supposed to look like. Um, but like, here's the thing, okay? So the Greeks had this thing where, notably, right, these were supposed to be like the idealized man, because they also had like this idea of like, like Heracles and stuff, and like their other statues was supposed to represent like the idealized like pinnacle, like peak man, right? one of those one of those things was about, um one of the parts of that was like, these statues noticeably have very small junk, right? Noticeably, the manhood area of these statues is small. And apparently the reason behind this is that the Greeks believed that it was more virtuous to have a smaller member than a large one, because their idea was that like if you got a big thing swinging down there, you're going to be so preoccupied with like going around and sleeping with all these ladies and doing all this stuff that you're not going to have time to dedicate to philosophy, right? So like Plato was a guy who made a self-insert OC because he wanted to go around talking about how great his self OC was because he has a big brain and a small penis. And the parallels to modern day incels are not lost on me. I think Plato, my theory is that Plato was the first incel. Ugh. And that's my cracked Greek philosophy theory. I need to figure out what I'm making. I need a steam turbine, don't I? Yeah, right? See, it makes sense. Like, right, when I explain it. When I explain it, it starts to make sense. Oh god, how do I even make these things? Right? Right? I it just makes too much sense when you think about it, right? It just makes too much sense that Socrates is Plato's self-insert OC. It makes too much sense because when you think about it, right, the big three Greek philosophers, Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, in that order, Socrates is the odd one out, and he's supposedly the first one, right? Plato and Aristotle's philosophy doesn't really make sense when you think that they were ultimately taught by Socrates, right? Because like, dude, Aristotle's the guy who said that like slavery is a must, and said that like um there are people who are born to be subservient to philosophers, basically, right? Right? Because he and here's the thing. I actually kind of agree with Aristotle a little bit, because Aristotle held the opinion that like there would always need to be somebody to do the manual labor and like the basic like survival labor in order for people to like have time to think. I just think that like Aristotle, maybe he would have had a different opinion if he lived in the time of like computers and automation and robots, because I feel like Aristotle, you it wouldn't be that hard to convince him that hey, like yeah, somebody does need to be doing the labor and it's machines. But because Aristotle lived in the time before like a lot of that stuff existed, it kind of makes sense that he would come to the conclusion that like yeah, we should force a certain group of people to do this. But like that's where my agreement with Aristotle ends. Uh okay, I need to do the recipe thing for this. I think we have enough circuits, don't we? I made circuits. I'm not even 100% sure why I made this thing. We'll figure it out later. Okay, I have a circuit, which is enough for um a single steam turbine generator. Okay, tin screw, bolt. Okay, this one in cable. We'll do this. Tin wire. let's see. Rubber ingots. This. I need raw rubber pulp. Okay, I'm really liking this EMI recipe tree now that I figured out how to use it. We need one of these casings. Oh, and motors. Let's see. Okay, I think. Wait, continue. I want to get it down to like plates, rods, things that are comprehensible. Okay, I'm really. I'm glad. I'm glad I've learned. I'm glad I've learned EMI. That was the. I'm glad that this was a lot easier than I had been previously thinking it would be. And we click this button here, and oh, look at all this stuff I need to gather. I have the casting mold plate though. I don't know why it's saying I need one, but I have one. Yeah, no, especially once you get to this, but I think once you start getting into the low voltage age is where you really need to have um you really need to start using this thing. I'm out of sulfur dust, aren't I? Ah, oh, crushed sulfur ore. Hog. Oh man. Uh okay. Yeah, I think the last 20 minutes we'll finish up some of this stuff. We got stuff we can do. Yeah, I think in the primitive age and the mechanical age, you can kind of sort of figure things out on your own because the recipes aren't like super duper long. But now that we're starting to get into this, oh, heck, I haven't filled this up, have I? I need to put down a tree or two. Didn't I make a saw? I did. Ah, what am I doing this? Oh, man. I really shouldn't be working on this first. I should do that tree farm first. Tree farm's easy, though. I just need deployers. I'm gonna steal one. I'm stealing. Mr. Steal your deployer. What do I even need this for? Nobody needs it. It's not real. Stone shaft. Get some stone. Oh man. Yeah, I really could go on about philosophy for a very long time. I minored in philosophy in college. And I think it was a good idea. Uh Philosophy is a very fun endeavor. It's also a frustrating discipline to study because the more you study philosophy, the more you realize nobody actually knows anything about philosophy, or at least like the vast majority of people that claim to know anything about philosophy probably don't. Like I mentioned, your opinion on the Greek philosophers. Oh, you watch Philosophy Tube? Yeah, she makes some pretty good videos. Um, let's see. Rocks. I need slab. Uh, yeah. Yeah. But the thing is, like with studying philosophy, the issue is like a lot of people will take like an intro to philosophy class and then determine that they now know a lot about philosophy. Some of the big people that you can some of the names that you can kind of like depending, like these are the people that like your opinion on really determines like um how uh honestly just how much I respect your opinion when it comes to philosophy. um because there are a couple philosophers. So we talked about the Greek philosophers already and how they they tend to be a group that, hold on, I'm mentally measuring stuff in my head. Okay. Um we talked about the Greek philosophers, but another person that I found is a very good estimation of your uh understanding of philosophy is Rene Descartes. Because Rene Descartes got like really popular, and he's the one that like everybody knows because it's like, I think therefore I am. And he was so right for that, sort of. The issue with Rene Descartes, I don't even disagree with a lot of Rene Descartes' philosophy necessarily. It's just when people are super into Rene Descartes, it kind of shows that they haven't really done a whole lot of studying, because Rene Descartes, known as the father of modern skepticism, but Rene Descartes himself was not a skeptic as far as we know. Like, I think people kind of don't realize that Rene Descartes said, "I think therefore I am, therefore God." Like, that was his ultimate conclusion with his famous postulate, "I think therefore I am." Um he was using that as a way to prove the existence of God. Um, and there's a couple different ways you can look at it, right? Some people like to hold the opinion that Rene Descartes um, only talked about God. Yeah, it is a little bit. It's kind of funny. Like, so people like to defend Rene Descartes as a um like there's a chance that he was just doing this because, like, he lived in the time of like the height of the Catholic Church, and saying anything other than therefore God might get you might make it so that, like, at worst case scenario or best case scenario, the church tells you to stop saying that. um the worst case scenario is they decide to do something about it. You know So, in defense of Rene Descartes, there is a chance that he kind of just didn't really have a choice in what to say, right? Like, oh wait, hold on, I want to check something. I gotta go out into creative to check something real quick. I just remembered that it was something that I needed to check. Um, I need to check some Cube.js things. I want to see if there's a tag of sorts. I guess I didn't need to exit out into creative for this necessarily, but I'm gonna check it. Um, so, like, a lot of people who don't like really understand philosophy that much will quote Rene Descartes without, I think, fully understanding that he wasn't really a skeptic, because like his whole thing was like yeah, famously he wanted to approach okay, hold on. Wood chest, TFC, Minecraft, mineable axe, chest wooden. Okay. Features cannot replace. All right, hold on. Oh, pet sits on. That's a that's a that's a tag. I can add stuff to that tag. I'm trying to figure out if there's a. Oh wait, hold on. Can place in compartment Firmalife. There's nothing with create. Hold on. Let me see if I can. I want to see tags. Create. Is there a way? Is it? How do I see advanced tooltips? There we go. Um, this isn't showing me tag. There we go. Create deployable. Um, um. Okay, I might not. This might not have what I was like. I was hoping, because I was wondering if create had a tag that would like say if an item was allowed to be used as an inventory uh for for um for contraptions. Untrap. Okay. Let's see. Contraption controlled. Contraption controlled. Contraption controlled. But I'm not seeing anything. I'm not seeing anything. Okay, I'm gonna test something. I'm gonna test something while we're here. Contraption controlled. Okay. I want rate. This should have its own tag, right? Okay, for some reason it doesn't. Where did I put all those? I've got so many things here. Where did I put my tree thing? Okay. Um, 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 empty hand. Okay. Okay. But like Rene Descartes, he wanted to like start from like basically zero with like his knowledge, like because for him it was kind of like a thing where it was like, oh, I how can I trust anything, like the senses can be tricked, so how can I trust anything that my senses say if like there can be like optical illusions and all this stuff and like ways to trick the senses. So he wanted to start with like the absolute zero sum, like zero knowledge on something so that you could start, so that you could like then use that as a starting point for all your other knowledge. But the issue was like so that's where he came up with his postulate. I think, therefore I am, because he's basically like I can think, therefore I exist, right? But the next step of that process for him was him basically being like, I think, therefore I am, but how can I trust my senses, right? How can I trust that? How can I trust that? Uh, inventory fix. Hold on, give me a second to add this. We're going to add, and what is it in Greg Tech? We have GTCU, GTCEU, put in underscore crate. I can also copy these from to my clipboard, I think, but sometimes those cause problems. Wait, we need to add. And what was that tag we had for create? Contraption. Contraption controlled. Okay, let's see if I can reload and get that to work. Um, so when Rene Descartes, when he was trying to determine like how can I tell if my how can I tell uh if my senses, like how can I trust my senses? He basically went through this thing where um he said that like his senses are something that are like essentially given to you by God, and because God wouldn't lie to you, and God also wouldn't let the devil trick you to that degree, that's how you can trust your senses. So he didn't really say like therefore God. It's more of like he just presupposed, like his next breath was to presuppose that God exists, right? All right. I think my attempts to I think my attempt to add this tag. I don't think that contraption controlled tag actually helps at all. I don't think adding the crates to it helps at all at this point. But let's see. Can I? What does my CubeGS have to say about this? Yeah, a whole lot of nothing. Did I do it right? CEU wooden crate. ETCE. Oh, it's wood crate. Um, slash reload. Uh, but yeah, I don't know. Rene Descartes kind of one of those ones, like I said, that um kind of a lot of people who don't understand philosophy well are really into them. Okay, adding the wooden crate to the contraption control tag did nothing. How do I see? So like I'm sure there's a way I could dump all of the tags, isn't there? I see, because this is in Minecraft. This iron. Maybe I'll have to look. Wait, always valid greenhouse wall. What? Does that mean I could use doors that aren't the greenhouse doors for greenhouses? Okay. Let's see, like why does the chest lock tags? Yeah, there's nothing from create in here. What if I hold on? Okay. No, don't do that. What if I instead of contraption controlled, I just add this to mine or forge chests. I think that's the tag. Forge chests. Sure, I have everything saved. Okay, it's part of forge chests now. Nope. Still nothing. Dang. Probably gonna be a bit more complicated than what I'm doing. I was hoping this would be as easy as simply adding the wooden crate to a tag, but this isn't the case. Okay. Unfortunate. Because if it counts as a forged chest, there's a good chance it would work if that's how it worked. Yeah, because it's not even that chest. Okay. All right, that's fine. Um let's delete that inventory thing that I just did and we'll exit out. Ah, man. I was hoping. I can dream one of these days. Maybe I'll find a way to add inventories to to that, because I would really like it if I could use crates instead of chests for this. Just because it'd be so much easier and so much better, right? If I had let me go see if I've got. I want to try and finish the outline for this before we end up shutting down stream for the day on this lovely Tuesday in it. Got Wednesday tomorrow. I feel like there was one of these days of the week was supposed to be important, but I don't know which one. I was thinking one of the things I was thinking about, um I really enjoyed that stream that we had on Valentine's Day, where we spent the whole time we spent the whole time just building, and I really enjoyed that, because I feel like a lot of times I end up spending so much time like working on progression that I mean, first of all, stuff kind of falls behind a bit. Um, and I think the place, I think my base looks fine, but I feel like I'd be so much happier here if my base looked even better than the way it does now. So I was thinking of maybe picking a day out of the week to dedicate to building instead of doing a whole bunch of progress. We could just spend some time. We could just spend the day building things. Yeah, I like and like I said, it seems like I feel like it would be a little bit better to like we'd be because like I talk all the time um about needing like infrastructure, right? I talk about that a lot. I really do talk about how like I need to build up my infrastructure in here. I want to build a house at some point too because right now I just live and log off in this little shack that I have over here. And we're getting to the point where some of our stuff is looking pretty impressive. Like I like the way this workshop is coming out. It looks really good. I think at some point we should go through and like add glass to these larger areas and maybe even do like stained glass up there too. Um and I was thinking maybe we should do something like that. Like once a week, one day of the week is like dedicated to just building and improving the base instead of dedicating it to like progress or anything. That way I can strike a good balance between having the base like look good and making progress on our builds and like making progress in like the actual like tech tree and everything. So I was thinking about that. I was kind of thinking maybe Wednesdays. I'm not too set on what specific day we should choose. Um I was also thinking maybe Fridays. I like the idea of Wednesdays because it's halfway through the week and it stops me from like my brain slowly melting like a piece of cheese in the microwave. Um, but yeah, I was thinking Wednesday, but I was also thinking Friday because I feel like we get a lot of people on Fridays, and I feel like I would be in a better state of mind to like engage and talk because like I enjoy talking with chat. The only issue is when I spend a long time talking to chat, I really just don't get anything done. And I feel like if I was building, I have more like mental energy to dedicate to chat because I'm just like placing blocks and it doesn't have to be super complicated. Um so I don't know. We might try it out on Wednesday, and then we'll see how the viewership is on Friday. You are right. It is true that more that new people would probably just be coming here for Modpack progress because most people that click on my stream, I think, are coming here for the TerrafirmaGreg. Like they see TerrafirmaGreg in the title, and they're like, "Those are words that I understand, and I want to see what's going on in here." Um, so yeah, I do think that I think we'll start doing builds on Wednesday. So we're gonna try doing that. We're gonna start trying doing that. I think tomorrow we'll do a fun build. We'll pick some things that need to be improved, and we'll spend the day doing things like terraforming. I think I might finish off my hold on one second. One second. Um so I think that I think I'll finish that tree farm tomorrow because like realistically I'm basically almost done with it. We spent all the time designing it in the first place and I really just have to like put the sails on it and I think it's good and I have to put in like I have to like pretty up that area a bit anyways. So I'll finish the tree farm tomorrow and then we'll spend some time just focusing on building stuff. And I think we'll dedicate Wednesdays to just building. But we're already 5 minutes past our time, so let's get into our end game, our end stream stuff. So thank you so much, everybody, for joining me here. If there's anybody watching who hasn't hit that follow button yet, make sure you give me a follow so that you can see when I go live. I stream 5 days a week, 4 hours a day. Just take whatever time it is now and subtract 4 hours, and you have when I will be streaming. I also have some links down below. YouTube link. There should be a new video that just went up on YouTube. It's just past VODs, mostly for archival purposes, but if you want to go back and see a stream that you may have missed, feel free to go and do that. They're there, whatever. I also have Blue Sky link down below. I will use that to link things. Maybe we'll make a habit of making build posts on Wednesdays as well, like getting some pictures, some screenshots of our builds and posting those on Blue Sky. But that is the place where I will let you know if I have if there's any reason that I can't stream. You can always check it there, so it's a good place to keep in mind if anything ever happens. But that's the end of everything here for me today. I think we're done here. Nothing else left to talk about. So I'm going to go head off. Thank you all so much for joining me here. I love you all, and I love having you guys spend time with me. It's such an amazing part of the day, and streaming is such an amazing part of my week. So thank you so much for being here. All right. Bye, everyone.